From the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club, this is Daytona Poker Live. Welcome, folks. It's going to be another night of action right in the middle of the Moneymaker Tour. My name's Alec Rome. I'll be your play-by-play tonight alongside Ryan Unger, Assistant Poker Manager at Orange City, our sister property. And Ryan, I don't know who was watching last night, and it was a fun one last night. We've got some returning players, of course. Tom Wheaton, Chris Moneymaker, the man, the legend, and Will. It's going to be a fun night, going to be a lot of action. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Alec. I'm so excited to have you in the booth with us tonight. This is going to be a really fun night. Like you said, we got Chris back. Will has some work to do to get caught up from last night. Tom's in a different position tonight. And we're joined by vlogger sensation and part-time commentator in Daytona, Mr. Kyle Fischel, that you can all see with his official poker gear in seat 2. We also have Daytona regular Todd in seat 3. We have Michael in seat 4. Rex is a tournament regular in seat 5. Sean in seat 6, and Mr. Moneymaker himself in seat 7, and along with Will Peters in seat 8. Will's got a new hat, new attitude, and some luck possibly coming his way tonight.
Well, he needs to have a new attitude and hopefully a new lease on life. I mean, he has the black clover, the lucky clover on tonight because he was not lucky last night. Lost multiple different bullets and got into a bit of a tiffy with a lot of just tough hands, really some tough hands, even against Chris as well.
He was an unfortunate victim of a slow roll to Chris last night. They are sitting next to each other tonight, and there may be some knees under the table if Mr. Moneymaker decides to go the slow roll route. Not a Sean Deeb fun slow roll. Chris kind of burned him, but, good spirited. These are buddies, and maybe they'll take it back out on each other tonight on the felt with some of this new blood. There's a poker room manager, Joe, bringing one of those famous Moneymaker Tour crystal dealer buttons. And they should get the game underway here in just a moment.
Well, Mr. Moneymaker will want me to clarify the record. It was Will's idea to start the slow roll game last night, and then it started to trade off between him and as well as Tom. Tom did it to Chris with a 2-pair over 2-pair and kind of was like, oh, psych, here you go. And Chris was a little ticked off by it, even though this was the rules of the game. And I'm going to mention, and oh, nice. Thank you. We appreciate it. It's supposed to be a family stream, but Will's just decided, I don't care. I lost so much money last night that I'm just going to, flip the bird to the crowd. Hey, Mike McCormick and Joey Pigtails, thanks for showing up. Folks, chat wherever you are. If you're on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you are, let us know that you're watching and say hello where you're watching from. And it's going to be a great night.
We're just making sure the player sound is available to you all and us. They are discussing the straddles. I saw Chris and Will deciding where Chris would look at his cards at tonight to make sure he didn't get the luck that Will had. We are still working on getting the player sound, but we should be up in just a moment here. We currently have 34 viewers. Last night we peaked around 70, so let's definitely share that we're on multiple platforms tonight. We are on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Definitely looking to get a big crowd tonight. Hang out in the chat, tell us how you feel, and let's see who's going to be pushing the action tonight now that our loose cannon Shane is not with us tonight.
We are underway, folks. It is a 5-5 game. There is a very regular straddle in this game. It's going to be a $10 straddle, and then, of course, Mr. Moneymaker right now, I believe a $20 button straddle. This is going to be the norm, folks, and it was pretty much the norm last night. And how about it? Let's start right away. Will calls in the small blind with pocket fives, and Tom, who had kings last night and won a huge pot, basically catching a punt in a good spot on a 5-deuce-deuce board. He's got kings again in the big.
And Chris finds a hand that he's going to play also. He's got the 9-8 suited. It's actually a pretty hand in this spot. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop here, just around 460 in the pot. Well, the ace comes out, might scare a couple people, but we're just going to see what's happening here. We still have our IT team working on this sound for you all, so we'll come through. I promise they have a lot to say.
And Tom going, of course, follow through here in a spot where he feels he is best, and this might just get it done here unless Chris decides to be a little bit sticky to start the night, which honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Well, Tom did have an image last night. He did say that he created a little more action pre-flop tonight, and now post-flop sitting there with literally just a backdoor flush draw for Chris. He's not going to be able to hang out. Will's going to get out of the way. So Tom, I believe, won the first hand last night too. He did have some good card distribution to start and played pretty well. We'll see what he can do the rest of the night, fill his way out with these new players at the table.
Ended up a couple $1,000. Folks, if you've never met Tom Wheaton, he is the founder of a lot of different companies. Faded Spade, the cards we're using right now, that is his company, as well as he is wearing the Above the Felt jacket tonight. That is the talent and marketing agency that represents about 15 different talents across the poker industry and works with different businesses, places, card rooms,
And
for
that's
example.
kind of where you help out.
That's right. I'm the multimedia producer, and I guess I'm producing some multimedia tonight with you, Ryan. And we ended up here, and I'm very excited for it. And Tom, taking hand number 1 as we continue on.
I promise you they're not talking about anything fun yet. We will get the sound up. It's going to take a few moments, but while we're here, we'll talk about what's going on and why everyone is here. We have the Moneymaker Tour in town. Today we did have Flight A of the main event. That is a $300K guarantee. Well, folks, Flight A still has a little bit of time registration left, and they're already at $130,000 in this prize pool. Just off Flight A, there's 2 days left to buy in, Friday and Saturday at noon. You will get 40,000 chips, 40-minute blinds, and it'll be 60-minute blinds on day 2 and 3. So it's very exciting to have Chris in town for this big tournament series that him and Tony Burns have put on. And they decided to play another round of cash games, and we're so excited to bring it to you.
I'm glad Chris was in this flight of the main today and then must have decided, I want some more action. I had a bit of good time last night, and he's in here with 5 deuce in the straddle. And he doesn't really catch too much of this, but he's got those middling cards. Maybe he decides to rep this. Todd will c-bet here for $60.
He's not going to lose Michael. Michael is going to put the raise in with top, and that's just going to raise and take it.
That's just going to take care of business. And honestly, a great first flight today. I mean, great number already showing out here at Daytona Beach. Seems like we're going to have a great chance of getting that guarantee and beating it. So come on down, $1,500 event. You're going to have a great chance. Maybe Chris will play again tomorrow. We don't know. And Tom will be in tomorrow as well on our table. A couple of these guys will be firing in the main. Join them as well. Come on down here. Give it a shot.
And you can actually get in for $186 tomorrow at 4 p.m. We are doing our last satellite. The satellite that is tonight did start at 6, so there is still registration open on that. That was a 3-seat guarantee. But once again, tomorrow at 4 p.m. will be your last chance to get in this for that price of $186. We are guaranteeing 3 seats. I think that it'll probably be closer to 6 or 8 seats given out. There's been a lot of interest in these satellites. It's a great value, great structure on the satellites. Chris picks that 86 number because that's what he got in his main event for. We added a 1 in front of it since it's a $1,500 buy-in, but it is a great value and a great chance. And just so you know, Alec, we have bumped ourselves up to 58 viewers, and we're only a few minutes into the stream. This is only hand 3, so we're going to build this up tonight. Let's share this to everybody. Grab that YouTube link. Let people know. We are also on Facebook Live and Twitch. We want to get a bunch of people in to watch Chris have some fun tonight and see if Will can battle his way back. Will was deep in the hole last evening. He did run unfortunate. So we're going to see what happens here tonight, and we will have some sound for you. We are working on that.
Nick, Tony, Rich, EJ, thanks for chatting and saying hello. EJ saying good luck in the Dream Stream crew tonight.
We appreciate that, EJ. We got the King 7-7 flop. Michael and Chris, both with nothing. These guys do have a little history with each other. Michael is going to put the bet in with 9 high, pair of 7s. And Chris, what we call the panda in the Daytona area, had the 5 deuce, is going to look him up.
Again, he's got the 5 deuce.
Queen comes on a turn, doesn't really change much. Michael had the betting lead. We're going to see what he wants to do here, flashing all the outs that Chris has on the top of the screen. Pretty much just wants to make something.
Thankfully, we have enough room for all those outs up there.
Yeah, a lot of chop outs up there, but Michael did give up the lead there, so Chris is going to oblige, fire out here on the turn. 165. See if Michael wants to get out of the way. Doesn't have much value there with 9 high. And see if Chris wants to show the 5 high. I'm not sure from that angle if Chris did tease a little bit here.
Keeping it close to the vest to start. You know, he was Mr. Action last night, and it is not stopping. Chris Moneymaker, world champion.
I had to pull him aside today and ask him what happened with that fold last night when Nicole turned quad 9s. Chris sniffed it out and folds the ace high flush.
Ridiculous.
I am still in space in my mind. I don't know how you get to that point. And he just looked at me, and someone over my shoulder screamed out, Triton. So Chris is playing Triton events. I guess you get those reads and you go with them. And he had a good feeling on that one, sniffed it out, and saved a lot of money. Probably disappointing Nicole. But she did have a good stream. I will mention, thank you, Nicole, for playing last night. She was unable to make it tonight. She wanted to have a winning streak, so she's up to 1. When she comes back, we'll see if she can push it to 2.
Or you retire. That's what I would do. Win once and just say, hey, 1,000% winning percentage. Sean getting in for the first time tonight with the pocket 7s. And Chris, I don't think he's folded a hand yet. Nope. VPIP's still 100%. Will come along with the ace-4 offsuit, and Tom, he's tended to kind of tighten things down. I think Tom is going to generally navigate things. He's happy with his $2,000-$3,000 win last night. I don't think he's going to get too crazy so far, but it looks like Chris is willing to get the action started. Sean going to follow up here on ace-10-3, 2 clubs.
Chris did make middle pair there. He got out of the way. We have a bet with the ace high, or with the pair of aces, excuse me. Sean's got the pair of sevens. Looks like Will's probably going to put another bet in here. Nope. Free river card.
It was Sean that actually followed through. It was the pre-flop raise, and now he's pretty much obliged to check this down, and I don't know if Will's going to get any value, even if he bets, flips it over, and will collect the pot.
Pretty hand ace-4. Part of your collection there if you're starting an Omaha hand, but it does work out on this Holdem board. I got to pay attention to the stream and not my phone here, Alec. That'll definitely help with me keeping up with the action. A lot of action happening over in Orange City as well, so keeping up on both sides here. We are in Daytona. We do see this awesome live stream venue we have, Daytona Poker Live. Very thankful to the leadership in Daytona to have this vision and put this together. This awesome streaming table. The crew we have here tonight behind the scenes, we have John E., we have Thomas and Dylan working hard, tracking the action, getting the cameras going, and working on any I2 issues we have. And Nicole is still sick that she put money in on the turn with quads. And Nicole, we're happy to see you tonight. We're glad you had a good night last night. I know you were questioning some of your play. I thought you played great. I was rooting for you.
I mean, that's just a situation. There's just almost nothing you could do. It's still unbelievable that Chris folded when he did. I understand maybe on the river, if another bet comes out, you're a little weak, but just a ridiculous read. And honestly, even Will said last night, he just called it a bad beat. I mean, I would consider it a bad beat. Maybe one of the only people in the world, the world champion, that's willing to fold there. But, hey, still did great. As we've got a couple of takers. Chris deciding to bump it up to 125 with pocket sixes. Got Todd, who looks like just a few moments ago added on for another maybe $800 or something to that effect with the ace-8 of diamonds. The ace-8 offsuit from Sean's going to go away. We're three-handed here.
Rex primarily plays tournaments over here. It's nice to see him on the cash side. He did one of our other stream tables and actually took down a nice tournament. Put some money on the table tonight. Todd's going to flop top pair. Queen Jack versus sixes and ace-8 on an ace-7 deuce board. We are going to see it check through, though. Free turn card. The 9 comes. It's not going to change much. See if Todd does take the lead here. Rex is going to check. Chris is going to fire out. Looks like 235.
Well, and it makes sense here because after it checks through and he was the aggressor pre-flop, I mean, it makes sense that he would fire here. But Todd's not going anywhere, and I doubt that Chris is going to be able to get him off.
So getting a little sticky here. We're going to have sixes and ace-8 going to a river here on an ace-high flop board. And Todd's going to have 2 pairs. It's not going to change much for Chris. But Chris did take the lead on the turn. He is going to check, try and show showdown value. Todd obliges, and Todd's going to drag in the pot. So updated chip counts after just 5 hands. Not much has happened. Chris is down about 500, but it's very early in the stream. Todd did top off a little bit. Tom slightly up a little bit. So we have plenty of action to go. Right now, Will sitting comfortably with a $100 profit. If we can end the stream now, Will would probably love that. We're going to find out.
Oh, we're not done yet, my friend. Sherry Official saying, let's go official poker. I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're rooting for Kyle tonight. Hello, world, she says, with all 4 suits. And Jason, hey, new shout out to the commentator and Mr. Shiny Head. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Obviously, I'm not the shiny head. I think I know who you might be talking about.
And you probably don't want to comment on that. You do enjoy being
employed. Yeah, employed and paid on time.
The checks do cash. That's fantastic. Also got to do some work with Tara today from Faded Spade, and we're excited about our Women's Poker Association collaboration coming up in October. We'll talk about more later. 10-8 suited, one of my favorite hands to voluntarily put money into the pot with. Chris also is going to put money in. Sees the straddle. Looks like Mike had the button straddle. Todd's going to come in and see if Mike gives him a free flop. So 3 ways to the flop. Not much going on here. 10-8 suited, 6 tray off, and 8-5 off. Maybe get a middle card flop and see some excitement here.
It's a little bit of deja vu for Chris because he's had the same hands like twice. And what, we've only played a couple of hands here, and he's got 10-8 suited again. He had 5 deuce twice.
All he has is a gutter on this one. Todd had the best hands, actually going to get out of the way. Michael buys that one. We're going to move on to hand number 7 here. The sound will be coming, from what I understand, in a few moments. We did time this stream out a little bit differently tonight. The players were finishing up some dinner and some other stuff and got the game going, and we wanted to sit here with you. We are up to 70 in the chat. That's great. You can share the link, tell people about it, tell people about the Moneymaker Tour and the big tournament and guarantees in Daytona. I know that this 300K guarantee is going to get crushed, since today we already are at 133 and change. King 8 offsuit, Rex. We're a little bit behind here, it looks like. Oh, okay, Michael's going to keep the 20 on, so Michael's going to be our guy tonight. If Chris doesn't oblige, Michael will keep him honest and keep that 20 live going all night. Looks like Rex get out of the way, Sean gets out of the way. Chris with Jack 9 offsuit. He's not going to protect his $5.
And that is going to be the first hand he has folded so far, Ryan.
He did have a 100% VPIP before that. It's disappointing to see it go down a little bit. Will is going to raise to 50 with the King 5 off, and Tom's just going to flap behind with 7s. And on Michael's straddle, he wakes up with the King Jack off. So interesting selection here: 7s, King Jack, King 5. And we have a 5 for Will, but Tom's going to have pair 7s. It's an overpair.
I don't know how much anybody's going to like their hand here.
I told Chris to buy drinks for everybody. We'll see. I see people sipping. I see some Red Bull. Hopefully there's some mixed drinks in the future here.
So this is something. So Will goes ahead and donks out from the end of the gun straddle, and Tom will raise with the barely an overpair to, looks like, 150. 145 is the official number.
These gentlemen did sit next to each other last night, so they have a little bit of a history together. It's not going to change much. I don't think either of them puts the other guy on a 4 here, but Will is going to check now. Now Tom has to decide. He did have has a gutter now, I should say, along with his overpair. And checks the pot. $450 going to the river here.
Ah, look at that, the faded spade, and it's up the right way. Tom gets a little annoyed when it's flipped upside down, but look at that, perfectly laid out on the river, the ace of spades.
That's a great card for Will to fire out here, possibly take this hand down.
But the problem is it going to make sense when he donked flop? Is it going to make sense? And I think Tom has plenty of reason to maybe sniff this one out.
The only real hands he can put him on that he can get away from is maybe an ace 5. Otherwise, he's probably pretty comfortable here. I don't think raising is in the future, but he's double checking.
Nathan saying shout out to Tom and Rex. Love playing with them.
Yep, Nate, we missed you at this one. I'm sure you're going to probably look to play Friday or Saturday. If you do, we will be streaming a feature table on Sunday of the Moneymaker main event, and then on Monday, the final table to completion will be streamed.
Tom makes the fold, and Will show it. The King 5, and I mean, who knows? I don't know if he was even thinking that he might have been value betting or what.
Definitely bluffing with the best hand there.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I mean, Tom ends up just barreling. He's got that little bit of biting his tongue look, like, ooh.
It's early. He's probably just feeling his way out. He's going to get a little read on Will. Will did have a rough night last night. We don't know how he was planning to come in and attack this game tonight. We see that Nathan said he's going to play Saturday. That's great, Nate. Probably one of the bigger fields of the week will be Saturday. We are right now at 130,000 out of that 300K. So we're definitely looking to be in the 4s, if not higher. Big turnout here in Daytona.
Big tournament, yeah. It's going to be a big price. Well, maybe big first place as well.
Absolutely. Tony was projecting last night maybe around 60K, maybe a little higher. That sounds great. Let's do it.
Kyle will get in now. I was going to say, I don't think this is going to be the first hand that Kyle has played, and for good reason. He's not had a lot. Ace-Jack offsuit.
He's still registering a 0 on the VPIP, so that has to get caught up now. Thank you for putting some chips in voluntarily. Chris is looking for a snack. He went with the salmon last night, Alec. We'll see what choice he makes this evening. I'd like to text him and tell him the chicken platter. But
right, and Will's found a snack with Ace-King, a big slick of spades, and he will 3-bet it big to 350.
Interesting, a lot of spades actually in play on this hand. Kyle gets out of the way with the ace-jack. Michael's got a pretty hand here. That's a nice little pre-flop cash game hand.
And Michael's willing to play.
Yep. Looks like he did come to play. He's smiling, little wry smile towards Will. He's got some busters there with the 9-7.
There's not many spades left. We know there's at least 2 out, but any more coming on the flop? Just one. 8-4-8, 2 hearts.
We'll see who has the most heart to win this hand here. Got 755 in the pot. Will taking a good look at it. Maybe picking a size here. Follow through with ace king. He did announce a bet here. We'll see what he put out there. Like 275-ish.
I think going tiny makes a lot of sense, especially now with Michael's specific hand. It's something that he feels like he can float on. A lot of good turn cards for Michael here. And I don't know if I would call that one of them, but it does make things, and Will checks right away. So maybe now this gives Michael an opportunity to fire, and that's exactly what he's going to do, reaching for those black $100 chips. And it's 525, putting Will to the test here with the top of kickers.
He's trying to represent that 8 there. We'll see if Will wants to sniff this one out.
Well, we still have a river to go. I mean, 525, he's got 2740 behind. We're looking at about 20% of his stack. That's a hard call to make with still another street to come, knowing that all you have is ace high.
Exactly. But he does have the live lucky hat on. Black clover, a favorite of mine. Let's see what he decides to do here. In chat, you're playing the WSOP in Tulsa. Well, good luck to you up there. Find yourself a circuit ring. They're going around like candy these days. You've had some World Series success. You taking down a daily deep stack, you told me?
Yep, I did. That no rings or bracelets, but my first daily deep stack, I ended up, I had work the next day, so I ended up chopping it 5 ways, like from 3:50 in the morning. But hey, 400 to turn it into 4.5K, I'm not complaining.
I've donated to plenty of those daily deep stacks, so I'm happy for you.
Oh yeah.
Great value if you're out there during
It
the
is
summer.
incredible value, honestly. And there is our table audio.
And they're laughing. We missed a good joke. We will get out of the way when the conversation gets good, and we'll try and keep the action going with you all. Will does get out of the way himself there.
And he was in the tank for a minute. And
Chris called the hand, if you didn't hear that.
Oh, my goodness.
He said 7-9. I guess Michael must be a little shy on that one if Chris knows exactly what you're doing at all times.
I mean, we already knew he was a wizard last night, folks.
We had a couple great folds last night. That's just one of them. Nicole did let go of her aces when Shane hit trick 5s. Was really proud of herself, and honestly, it was a great fold, great laydown. I know she celebrated, and we celebrated in the booth too because we want her to have a good night. We love having Nicole playing all the cash games. Go Blue in the chat. Well, nothing wrong with that. There are some Ohio State fans playing in the tournament. I'm not going to put a bounty on them because that's not legal, but Go Blue.
Go Big Red, baby.
Go Big Red, yeah. Got a Nebraska guy here.
Hopefully. Now,
Corn-fed
finally, it might
Alec
be better.
over here.
Yes, corn-fed, corn syrup. Yeah, everybody.
Everything has corn syrup.
Everything has corn syrup in it, I guess. But Will, after having to fold there, and really he took about 2 minutes on that one street, really was trying to sniff it out. Here's Tom, who will just come along with a 7 offsuit.
The 20's on. I don't know if it was Chris or Will, but the 20 is on. It wasn't Michael's turn.
And here is Todd with the dirty diaper.
Oh, dirty diaper reference number 1. Are we going to have any Robbie references? How far are we going with this tonight, Alec?
I was going to say, I don't know how many times we can keep going with that. I was going to say it might be out of trend at this point, Ryan, but,
Well, the dirty diaper is relevant this summer.
It's always relevant, yeah.
He definitely had another nice run.
85 viewers, thanks so much for joining us here on Daytona Beach. Racing and Card Club stream. Again, share with the people you know. We're going to be around for a while tonight as it's 10-9-3 Rainbow. We have Chris and Todd catching a piece of this board, and Todd's not going anywhere, and neither is Chris.
That's the benefit of playing the dirty diaper. It's very well hidden if you can make 2 pair or something crazy here. Chris is going to turn a gutter, but it's to the bad end. Let's see what happens on the river. And he does make his gutter. I don't think Todd will call a bet here. But he fired 200 in the 560. Todd gets out of the way. Chris is rewarded by a good run out there with the 9-8. I got requests for jokes. I'll try and throw some light-witted sarcasm in. I told Chris I wouldn't needle him too hard tonight, and Tom was on his best behavior during the day today, so we will find a new target at the table. But since Kyle's in the booth with me, I have to be on my best behavior. I do have a history with Rex. Rex played one of our tournaments, and I asked for his bio. Rex, tell me about yourself. My name's Rex. I bought him 10 times. That's all I had to go with. So I did throw a little needle at the end of the tournament and thanked him for beating out 850 or 840 because 10 of them were him. And he laughs about it. We talked about it today, but that's all I have. When you don't tell me anything, I got to find something.
Well, I mean, it might be good for maybe creating some more action in this as he peels ace-6 offsuit.
Sean's been quiet behind him. His VPIP is not too high either. Kyle inched up a little bit, but right now it does look like Michael and Chris are leading the way in the 70 and 50% range. This might be a multi-way pot here.
It's the Moneymaker Tour, and shockingly, Chris Moneymaker is the table captain right now.
He came to play. Didn't last in the tournament as long as he wanted and said, you know what, I'm going to play this cash game, and I'm going to dominate this table. We got the king-9 suited for Chris. Sean is going to have pocket 7s here. Looks like we are going to see a flop heads up here, 700 in the pot.
These 3-bet sizes, considering the stacks, we're getting big 3-bet pots here early on, folks. There's going to be some carnage. It's 9-6-5, not bad for Sean. Honestly, could see himself calling a bet here, and Chris is going to make it cheap, 275.
Sean is going to find a call here. A lot of interesting turn cards here. We do have running hearts for Chris possibly.
And that is one of them. The 7 of diamonds set for Sean.
It does go check, check. Trey on the river, 4 makes a straight and 8 makes a straight. Sean's going to find a good size here. Now this is a spot, well, puts about 600 or 700 out. Chris could find a raise here. Sean would be very hard pressed to call that raise. See if Chris wants to gamble and do that. Did I overvalue my stack size? Yeah, that's 500. This is not a calling situation for Chris. Should be thinking raise here.
It's like that Tony G versus Helmet hand, wasn't it? I was right. The Helmet's like, did you look? No. It's like, did you really look? Of course I looked. Of course I looked. What are you talking about? Yeah, of course I looked, Bill. I love that so good. Like, you're so bad for the game. He's like, no.
He says he folds.
Ends up being a great fold.
And Sean shows, and look, you know, it's nice and kind of the game, but Sean, I'd fold it. I'm not showing Chris Moneymaker anything, personally, but he's being a kind man, and to kind people go nice and big pots. That's $700 his way as we continue on here at Daytona Poker Live on a beautiful Thursday.
We have cracked the 100 viewer mark. Actually, 101 viewers is what we had in the flight when I came in here, 101. So thank you for joining us on whatever platform you're choosing to do so. Please let us know you're watching in the chat. Say something. Thank Alec for being here. Got a little tedious just hearing me last night. Luckily, I did get Tony Burns to jump in for a little bit. But it is great to see this many people in here and have a guest host. So please chat. Let us know you're here. Let us know who you're rooting for to win the big pots tonight. Do you want to see a big slow roll? What are you looking forward to seeing other than Michael and Chris play nearly every hand?
I'm thankful for the opportunity. You know, it's not easy to be like, hey, I can commentate when you don't play poker a lot, or you can barely afford the 1-3 game. You kind of need an endorsement, and luckily Tom was my endorsement to say, hey, he actually does know something. Like, you can give him a headset and feel okay, and hopefully I'm doing all right so far.
In this industry, it's about who you know, and it was great actually to have good conversation with you and Tom today, find out your experience in live streams, and we don't have to get too deep into it, but you are one of the guys people may not know about that has had a hand in a bunch of big live streams across the country. So it was nice to get you in here and get your expertise involved. We do have a 7-tray deuce flop, king tray, ace-6, and ace-queen. Chris with the ace-6 is going to go. I'm sorry, Todd's going to check first. It's on Chris. He's going to fire out 100 into a 270 pot. Tom's going to look him up with middle pair.
This is going to be one of the interesting matchups of the night, I think. I mean, of course, these two have had history. I mean, Chris took a lot of money from Tom a few weeks back, stacked for 5K as it runs out Jack. Will Chris try to bluff at this? No, it looks like we're just going to check this down, and Tom will scoop a nice little $370 pot. But I expect them to continue to get in pots all night long as the rematch from last night. Tom ended up over a couple $1,000s. I think he said it was one of his biggest stream game wins ever, or the biggest.
He was fortunate. There was, good card distribution for him. Shane, who was one of the big winners, didn't have much card distribution. He just played the hands he got and played them well. Did run pretty pure in some spots. But some of the other players didn't have the best luck. We can see Will in seat 8 came back. I asked, is it more torture? He said, no, I'm going to play. I'm going to paddle back tonight. He's got the lucky hat on. I keep saying, that's pretty good, Alec. I got to work on my vocabulary here. Are there seats? Can I play? Pull up is the vernacular for that. Can you pull up? There are cash games going. I will say after the stream ended, there was a huge Omaha game. Didn't make it on stream. Chris did stop by. I believe the donations went his way. So there's always action here. We are open till 4 a.m. this evening in Daytona Beach. If you want to stop by and try your luck, there are games going. Omaha, Holdem, and the satellite that started at 6. Registration may be closing up soon on that, but there was seats being given away tonight for this Moneymaker main event. So you can always pull up and see what's happening here. Let's go, Todd, in the chat. How do you get yourself a list on the game? You come and play, and you meet with Poker Room Manager Joe LaRosa, and you tell him, hey, I'm interested in playing, and maybe there's a seat open for you.
Goes check. It's Chris and Tom again, just the two of us. Once again, checking again by Chris, and now Tom has to feel that he has to fire on the King of Diamonds after raising this. And, Chris is going to get a little bit interesting. He's making a raise. He wants to put Tom to the test, and I am not surprised.
I was joking about that. I just said he's shaking. I was like, he's shaking.
I've been shaking all day since I had a
Just shake like this.
I appreciate the option.
Some live tells being discussed.
Shaking all
You
day.
got it, three.
What's that? Team Will, let's go.
Tom told us he played yesterday tired, so maybe he's rested today. We'll see what that changes.
No more of that bullshit.
I heard he took a little walk on the beach, and I think he was feeling energized coming into this game. I think he was ready to go, and ends up again folding the best hand to, as he was mentioning, the team of Chris and Will down there. He's 0-2 to them so far.
Information in chat about the tournament. We do have 2 flights left into the $1,500 main event. They are both at noon, one tomorrow, which is Friday, and the other flight on Saturday. Those are 40-minute blinds on those days with a 40K stack, and they go to 60 minutes on day 2 and day 3. Registration is open for quite a while, so even if you can't get here early, you can't get in. The structure is good enough where you can still get in with plenty of blinds and deep play. You can check it out on DaytonaPoker.com. You can look at Tony Burns. You can look at the Moneymaker Tour. Plenty of different avenues on social media to get more information. But please check us out. There will also be a second chance tournament, event number 8, on Sunday. If you make that day 2, bust out a little early, you can get in for $500 and play that 20K guarantee. So a lot of options left. Please join us at the Moneymaker Tour over here in Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Yep, 4 p.m. satellite tomorrow, 3-seat guarantee. Definitely get in for $186. Win yourself a $1,500 seat. Get some rest, come back Saturday and play all day. 4 trade deuce on the flop with the Queen 9 for Tom suited. Jack 8 off for Will. Battle of seats 8 and 1.
Ryan, we're putting out the baby board so far. We had 7-3 deuce, 4-3 deuce, 7-6-3.
I'm craving some Omaha action, a little high-low, but when I play Omaha, they all come out high cards. So what do we do?
Hold on.
And here's Will again, as he maybe again potentially thinking about a move or thinking about if he's going to continue.
Get out of trouble.
One person to a hand.
One person per hand doesn't work when Chris can soul read all of you. Just keep that in mind.
And it will go through. Shows the Jack 8 after raising, and once again, Tom, a little bit of tougher position to try and call with Queen 9 suited on this board, but had the better hand and is raised off of it.
They're going to battle a lot tonight, playing in the blinds against each other, being in seat 1 and 8, and playing last night next to each other in seats 7 and 8. So all they did was really shift. Chris flipped the other side.
That's not the first time you said that.
Tom asking for help, maybe a lifeline from poker manager Joe LaRosa. I don't think Joe's going to oblige.
That wasn't his foot.
Satellite price for tomorrow, $186 to win a $1,500 seat. See some Moneymaker gear at the table. A little better atmosphere than last night, Alec. Everyone wore all black. It is a little bit lightning tonight. See some red, some blues.
They were having a funeral for all of Will's chips last night. That was why they were all wearing black, I believe. That's just, it's It's my opinion or what I believe, you know.
It could be a thing. Kyle wears a lot of black with his official poker gear.
And it looks good. I like that.
We
I think
see
it's
those
smart.
hats in Daytona and Orange City often. People do enjoy hearing Kyle on stream and checking out his YouTube vlog, Official Poker. I know he has some family in the streaming audience there tonight, which is pretty cool. Take the little trip across the state. Looks like we're going to have a raise here by Todd. Michael, Kyle, and Rex are going to look him up. Best hand pre-flop is just a pair of trays. See how this one goes.
King 7-7 and Rex, who has not been really doing too much in terms of winning pots or hitting pots. He's going to hit the best hand.
Rex does play a lot of tournaments, and there is a big adjustment, as you know, Alec, when you're going from tournaments to cash games. It does definitely take a different level of strategy to figure your way through these.
Todd deciding to take a stab at this, and this is an interesting spot. I feel like he's kind of hitting a few random times. Just be like, I'm going to hit the bet button here. And, of course, Rex not going anywhere, but you never know. Will Todd continue to be courageous on the turn? It's a 10. Gives Rex now the best 2 pair.
It's going to take a lot to convince Rex that Todd's sitting on a 7 here, but stranger things have happened. Rex is going to see if Todd desires to put that other bet in. Nope. We're going to go to the river. And only an ace, I believe, would have saved Todd. So Rex in a commanding lead here. 2 pair. He's going to go for some value here. 975 in the pot. And he's sizing down a little bit, maybe 3 1/4-ish.
Looks to be something in that ballpark, and
300.
don't know how much, even maybe even $100. I wonder if Todd was even going to call there. I think that was just how the hand was going to proceed.
Todd shut it down. Looks like Tom and Will maybe strategizing on the sidelines here. Please stop picking on me. Let's see how that one goes. Oh, they're back.
I think Tom was just taking an early bathroom break. He is 43 now at this point, but
Well, let's not go there, Alec. That's actually
I didn't
a
say
comfortable
that. No,
age.
actually, I didn't. It is. I didn't say that. I don't know. That's just what I've heard.
Looking at the calendar here, I have 3 weeks left at that age. I'm pretty comfortable with that 4-3 number. Well, that's okay.
You know, all you have to do is say it's your opinion, or I don't know who said that. And apparently, you know, nothing's going to happen. You can never have consequences as long as you follow up whatever you say with, or at least that's what I've heard.
Well, it looks like you have the joke of the night so far with your funeral for Will's Chips comment.
Yeah.
So that one's going to
He's going to love that when he watches this back.
Yeah, that one definitely is on the leaderboard. The king tray suited. Chris isn't afraid to play for 20. And 10 tray. Who would have known? The tray and Tom.
Oh, it's not going to stay $20.
Tom is going to size it up. Looks like $1.75 if the camera proves right.
And for good reason. They've been bullying them over on that side of the table, so Tom wants some revenge here.
Now, since you work with Tom, do you have any live tells you want to share with? Just kidding, Alex. I'm not gonna put you out there.
Oh, trust me, I won't say it because I'm going to use them if I've got them, you know.
And a 3-bet to 4 1/4.
Ooh, bad timing here, I think, from Michael. And this is terrible timing from Chris Moneymaker. King 3 of hearts. He goes all in for $31.95. He's going to put Tom to the test, and he is already looking sickly in seat 1.
All I'm thinking is how many times are they going to run this? Because there's no way Tom is going to let this one go. I don't know. Alec is channeling his energy to Tom. We are on a delay. It's going to be pointless, but he is channeling some energy.
Yep, he will go all in. And, of course, Michael will now get out of the way.
He couldn't wait to fold.
Neither, Tom.
Chris is exactly right, and they're going to go one time, max pain.
And he's going to be nearly dead so unless he can catch some running hearts or maybe some running threes.
Yeah.
And that's it. Tom is going to catch the punt from Chris Moneymaker. The money was there, and how about a little needle 3 on the end? And, you know, I find that funny because Tom was smart. He was playing the mind games with Chris because he faded having to run it twice. He was like, I don't know what I have, and Chris ended up calling it once, and it was in Tom's favor. That was as much of a battle in these cash games, folks, as anything else. That little bit of a decision once or twice, that was huge right there, and Tom gets it done, wins a huge pot right away. Tom up big, and is probably the big winner so far, up 1990.
Chris definitely down. There's no mulligan in poker. Down about 2,500. Have a feeling he definitely will reload. We are only less than an hour into play, so definitely going to be some fireworks to come. Last night, unfortunately, a couple players did go very deep into this game, with Shane creating a lot of action, but it looks like we don't need Shane tonight. Hope you're enjoying your night off. They're here to play. We're sitting on a VPIP of 86% for Chris. That one backfired a little bit, but I don't think he's going to slow down. I do want to say Chris did have a stack under the table, so he's probably just going to pull out of that rack or borrow some from JT, one of our dealers, staff members there.
I think Chris has got some bullets in the chamber, I believe.
There are some fancy Moneymaker hats available, and actually some Faded Spade hats as well, but I guess Tom's going to go with the natural look this evening, Alec.
Yes, you know, Nathan, I think that's just a rude comment. I would never read that on air. Never would. Not considering my situation. I just started this job with him, and that's just a rude thing, even if I might be chuckling a little bit under my breath.
I will mark the tape so Tom's aware in case he ends up at your table on Saturday, Nate. This is a possibility. Well, Tom's definitely laughing. Does have a lot to be happy about at the moment. We're going to see a multi-way flop here. Ace-6 off for Chris. Jack-8 for Will. Todd's got the 7-6 suited in diamonds and an 8-4 off.
Funny enough, that 5 deuce that I believe it was Rex that folded it would have had the bottom 2 here. I don't think Chris Moneymaker would have folded that.
I'm wondering if Chris is going to ask production to move his card placement, because that's where Will was placing his cards last night, and I don't think Chris wants to carry that juju into the rest of the evening.
That's true, yeah.
The 8-4 is going to be a gutter now, but pair of aces is still best. Sean's going to, almost a pot-sized bet. It's hard to tell by the glare, but $80 in the pot.
And
75.
A 6 would be very interesting here. Oh, just the king of spades. And Sean's going to have to fire if he wants to win this one. The old peek.
Betting's the only way he could have won. Chris probably was not going to fold. He's going to show the ace. Yeah. Chris is going to drag a rather small pot. We are 16 hands into the night, sitting around 110 viewers. We are very thankful for you joining us for this stream. It is fun to watch Chris Moneymaker. You can see Mr. Tony Burns sitting next to him. We did have Tony in the booth with us last night, which was fantastic. These gentlemen are doing great things with this Moneymaker tour. I know they're wrapping up the weekend with us with this huge 300K guarantee and heading up to Cincinnati for another series. With some other series being announced. And we're hoping for another stop for us next year. And we're looking to expand in Orange City and add a stop there. Big things happen in Central Florida poker, and we're happy that the Moneymaker Tour, Faded Spade, and Above the Feld are part of it.
Absolutely. Daytona Poker Live just past the 8 o'clock hour Eastern Time. Alec Rome along with Ryan Unger as we continue on here. Already a lot of fun action. Surprising things I didn't expect to see in 17 hands, honestly, Ryan. But that's what we're here for. That's what you get on Daytona Poker Live.
And Chris continuing to lead this voluntarily put in pot stack or stat. He is not afraid. And Tom continues to be the thorn in his side, waking up with playable hands. Let's see if Kyle wants to splash around a little bit. Just playing for the 20 straddle. Todd finds a pair of trays, and Michael cannot fold. He is the option with the 10-4 off. 4-way flop here, and a King Jack 7 rainbow. Not much doing. We're going to check around to Chris, who's going to bet on the button, and he's going to win it with the 7-4 middle pair. Well, the King 3 might have been advertising for future game hands.
My Charlie went recreational. Yeah, after I did it, I was like, wait a minute. Man, it's all these Jack. He's like, cool, I have deuces. He's queen, maybe.
Someone else.
The table jokingly debating whether that was a professional or a recreational move earlier from Chris Moneymaker.
The way things went out last night, we probably will have some hands that totally erase that hand from the memory. He's going to make an awesome lay down or a really sick call. That's what he does. Chris has been coming to Daytona for years. Always happy to have him, whether it's the Moneymaker Tour or some previous events we had. He's always had fun. He's always been humble, but he's always won. So I don't think you can hold Chris Moneymaker down.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And he was absolutely on fire last night, locked in, and the cards were going his way, too. And that is a dangerous combination. As here we go again with the 10-8.
Will with the suited queen 10, Rex suited queen jack, and Tom with the trays. A good enough price to set mine here.
Oh, as Will said, he thought the back raise from Rex was coming in, but luckily we get a nice little four-person affair.
Interesting flop. You're going to have Chris with a gutter, Tom actually with the best pair, with the under pair.
Again, a bit of a situation of everybody missing, and the best hand will probably be folding here. Will's going to come along with the backdoor outs, and Chris Moneymaker betting with the gutter. 5 of diamonds on the turn keeps this interesting. No longer going to be backdoor hearts for Will. And they go check, check to the river. And a bingo. There is the 7 straight for Chris. Question is, does he get any value from this? Nope. That'll tell you.
Chris gambled and went with the check. Will was going to show down queen high, so Chris doesn't get that extra value. You can tell the frustration, but it's early. It's early.
Bluke68 says, I hope someone slow rolls him back tonight now that he's in Will's seat. I mean, look, it might happen. I don't think people are going to feel too bad about slow rolling Chris Moneymaker. And honestly, it's fun. It's fun and nice. You know, everything in moderation, Ryan. You know, a little too much of it, and it's a bit rude. But this table was very fun in moderation last night.
Well, you definitely don't want to slow roll strangers because you don't know.
Yeah,
you don't want to walk
bad.
out to your
Don't
car
do
by
that.
yourself. But slow rolling a buddy, it does hurt. There is some pain, but there's some love behind it too. It's like I don't pick on people I don't like, Alex. So that is a tough one. But yeah, please, public service announcement: don't slow roll strangers. That's not going to work out. I don't recommend that in any poker room. Kyle with the king queen suited is going to raise it up. Probably have the 20 live on here, so he's going to make it 60. Chris with the 4 deuce suited, he's a customer. Will
My first endeavor into the official poker.
is in the cutoff with king 6, and he's going to play. And Tom on the button, king 4. Going to put the extra 40 in or not? He's getting a decent price. He's not. So we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Kyle in the lead with the king queen off. Chris with the 4 deuce suited, and Will in the middle there with the king 6 off. Let's see what Will's plans are for this hand. That is a real nice flop if you're Chris Moneymaker and you want to play for a straight or a flush.
And play for a lot of money.
And Will's sitting with just a gut shot and an over, but he's going to be a customer. His gut shot's a little hidden here. Going to call the 150. Kyle going to let go of the over cards. So another battle. Chris has plenty of targets here tonight. Will's 1 and Tom's the other. 10 doesn't change much here. Chris is going to keep the lead in this, keep building a pot here, so when he hits, bets 300 and a 505, or 400, excuse me. Might be too much to see this gutter for Will. Shane, you're definitely missing action. They are keeping it going. Chris sitting around 90% VPIP, trying to beat your record for last night. Glad you could join us last night. We'll catch you another time on Cash Stream. Chris is going to take it with the 4 deuce suited. If you're going to play 4 deuce suited, that's the exact flop you want.
Absolutely.
You guys want to do
My personal favorite is 5-3, and my favorite flop, ace deuce 4, baby.
They have to do
Very well
Wheel.
hidden.
Very
we go.
well hidden, incredibly well hidden.
Looks like we're going to have a double board bomb pot. This will be a Texas Holdem double board bomb pot. The players will each put a quarter ante in, and we'll go right to the flop. So starting with a $200 flop, it'll actually be a double board, and they'll play to completion 2 full boards. Players playing for hopefully a scoop, or at least winning the top or bottom board. These create a lot of action. Definitely can hurt. You can flop a set on one board and lose them both.
They hurt bad. Anybody who's ever played, you feel like you can never fold, but you never feel good about calling. At no point in the hand are you like, oh wow, I'm so glad I'm calling right now. Unless you have the nutter butters on both boards, and it creates for a lot of pain. But that's for them to worry about and for you to enjoy, folks.
I was talking to Tony yesterday when he was in Vegas this summer, helped run in a series, and they actually did a double board bomb pot Omaha tournament with Annie's only. And all I can think of is I'm glad I don't deal in that room. That's a lot of work for the dealers, but a lot of fun for the players. And if you're an action junkie, that's the kind of tournament you're looking to play, especially if you're an Omaha guy.
All right, so we have both boards out there.
This might take a moment for us in our action tracker, but from what I can see a king-queen board, a lot of paint. This might, there we go, Jack 8-5 on one board, it's showing us. There we go, and king, queen, deuce on the other. So diamond draw up top, spade draw on the bottom. A couple straight draw possibilities. We're waiting for the hands to get caught up here. All 8 players did see this flops. It's the bomb pot, so it's going to take a moment for the action to get caught up for us.
So Rex with just top pair on the bottom, and so far it's looking to be pretty
He's going to
good.
bet 300 into that $200 pot.
Yeah.
And that's the craziness that happens with bomb pots.
Well, he also
Sizing
had the
changes.
open-ender on top, too, so it made sense. And takes it down. Nobody really had anything else.
And that is unusual, Alec. You don't see a lot of bet and take it on a bomb pop double board.
Very rare.
We'll see if they do one on the next dealer change. Typically in Daytona and Orange City, it's allowed on the dealer change. The dealers may be in for a little bit longer this evening since this is a live stream. So we'll see if the players do opt to do another one sooner than later. We are sitting at 111 viewers. Once again, thank you for joining us while we stream a second night of cash action in Daytona Beach. Sorry, Alec, I also work in Orange City Racing Car Club. We are here for the Moneymaker series. Today was day 1A of the main event, and at 101 runners, they're going to play down to 13 tonight, I believe. You bag, you're in the money. And then you have a chance to play tomorrow and Saturday at noon for 1,500 or 186 satellite tomorrow at 4 p.m. If you want to play for a chance of that, going to blow up 300K prize pool.
Folks, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, wherever you're watching, make sure to subscribe, like, follow, keep us in your mind. It'll help us out in sending this stream to more people. Do all those things while you have a moment. Hit the like button, follow, subscribe, and make sure you don't miss any of these things. And this is a board for a lot of people. Chris Moneymaker actually raising with the quality holding this time. Ace-Jack offsuit and hitting top. But here's Will with middle pair top kicker, who will come along after a 130 bet. And now Kyle in a really tough position. Multi-way with a top pair, but a bad kicker is always a tough spot to play and navigate. There are no charts. There are really no solvers for this type of spot. You are in the streets battling, trying to figure it out on your own in that kind of position for Kyle.
And it's really tough to realize that equity with a Jack 8. That card's going to give him some more outs. He is going to have a straight draw now. He's got a gutter with the 10. Chris is going to keep the lead here. 350 it looks like into a 530 pot. And this looks like a chance for Will to get away here. With just a pair of 7s, that card adding another flush draw to the board, putting more straight cards out there. See if Will really wants to put more money in here.
With the player behind, mind you, and he really does want to put more money in the pot. And again, the decision comes to Kyle. It's just as hard, if not more difficult, now that we've had a bet and a call on 2 streets, and he will let it go in second place. And we see a river where Will is hurting for certain, and that would have given Kyle the straight, the 10 on the river. But like we said, it's just an impossible situation to potentially call there. Chris will check.
And this is the butterfly effect of poker. Has Will gotten out of the way, Kyle may find a call there. And that's literally the butterfly effect, Chris, the fortunate recipient of this pot, not knowing that his bet got Will in and got Kyle out. Kyle would have the best hand. And that is how this game plays out. Chris, 85% VPIP, still leading the way. A couple players
by
in
a
the high
mile.
40s.
By a mile, folks.
Right now we have Will down about 1,000, close to 1,100 for the evening. Chris still down around 800, battling back. Kyle down around 450, Todd around 400. The big winner is now using the fruits of his wins to get a tableside chair massage, which you can also do. Don't necessarily recommend it on stream, but we're happy that Tom is getting that massage, relaxation therapy. We have a premium hand here for Sean. He does wake up with the Cowboys.
Sean has the lowest VPIP at the table right now at 19%.
It's actually a 7-card game.
See how that image helps him out with this. He might not get as much action. Actually,
Todd lets
sevens.
go of sevens.
Wow.
There. That is interesting, especially considering what he's played tonight. I would call that almost a bad beat for Sean. But maybe he can utilize this image later on in the game and get some folds. But
As
yeah,
we just
that's
talked.
shocking.
Yeah, you talk about the butterfly effect of poker. If he does call there, that may get Rex sustained with ace tray suited. An ace comes on the flop because kings are ace magnets and the whole hand changes. The dynamic of poker can change at any moment. So we are on hand 23.
Currently, Tom getting massage. He's getting an elbow in his back. He's a wrestling fan, and you know that an elbow in wrestling is painful, and this is getting rid of his
prefer
pain.
she came off the top rope for that one,
Yeah.
but I didn't get to make that call.
Rex with the pocket tens. Chris is around, and here's Will with pocket sixes.
I love when you amuse yourself.
And I think Tom, Will goes ahead and raises to 100 here with the sixes. Of course, Tom is out, and now it's on Kyle, who will make it 300 with a hand we will find out in a moment. And that causes Rex to fold. Kyle has ace-king. Rex folds tens. And it's only going to be Will to come along here. We're heads up, 665 in the middle, and it comes 9, queen, 9.
Do you think that's more of a tournament player mentality to fold tens there?
I really do. I just don't think that hand is too strong, especially considering it. Rex is going to watch this, or even if he steps away from the table and just peeks at the stream for a little while on YouTube. If you look at the hands that people are playing here in a cash game setting like this, just don't think that you can do that if you want to stick around. But I totally understand the mentality. If he plays tournaments a lot, that would probably end up being a good fold in a tournament situation.
In that situation, you don't think you're up against worse, but in a cash game, and we learned from Shane last night, any two cards do play. And as the stream does catch up and the players get a chance to go and take a quick break and look at some hands, you will see what your opponent's playing, and that will loosen up the game a little bit.
And here we go. So Kyle goes ahead and fires 175 after 3-betting pre-flop, and then will raise, check raise to 510. Such an interesting spot. I find this interesting that Will chooses this specific hand to check raise here with. It feels like more of a hand that it makes sense. It's tough to continue on multiple streets, but basically Will wants to win it right now, and he will. That is exactly the perfect scenario for Will. He takes it down with the equity currently and wins a nice pot and is fighting his way back. He's now only down 540.
Kyle did have more outs than he thought there. He could have hit a queen for two-parent counterfeit, but it's hard to tell that in the moment. I think he was getting a decent price, but maybe don't want to gamble this early. So take a quick second while we're in between hands and tell you all about a couple upcoming events. Don't forget we have a second chance tournament on Sunday. That is event number 8, $500 buy-in, 20K guarantee. There is a trophy on the line, so if you want to get yourself a Moneymaker trophy and don't want to play for $1,500, you can do that. We also have a 3-day tournament coming up. Maybe Kyle will be commentating this. This will be October 5th through 9th. It's a $365 buy-in tournament, 200K guarantee. We will live stream that feature table on Monday the 9th. So October 5th through 9th, mark your calendars for a 365 buy-in, 200K guarantee. We're getting back to the action here. Got a 3-bet by Michael with pocket sevens. Kyle's in with ace-jack suited, and Todd's in with ace-deuce suited. Got spades for Kyle, Todd with clubs. 3-handed to the flop. 10-9 of clubs, 8 of spades. Todd's going to have the nut flush draw. Michael has an open-ended straight draw with his pair of sevens, and Kyle's also open-ended with a backdoor spade draw. Could be fireworks. Already have 700 in the pot. We're going to have a 1100 pot now with the bet from Todd of 400. It's on Michael to call 400 with pair of sevens, open-ended straight draw. He's going to call.
How could Michael go anywhere here with so much equity? And this is could get really dirty here in a moment.
Kyle lets go of his open-ended straight draw.
Well,
He would have turned 4 flush. So deuce of spades on the turn. We're heads up with a 1,500 chip pot.
gives Todd some additional outs here, and it's all in for Michael, and it's an immediate call from Todd. We're all in for $4,000. River card is a 9.
And they're going to be running it twice. So that's going to go to Michael, 9s and 7s.
And, well, there's another 9. That's that.
And Michael's going to stack Todd on that one. Todd with the ace-high flush draw on the flop could not improve. Michael's 7s hold up. And Kyle would not have improved either, I don't believe, with his ace-jack suited. He had an open-ended straight draw.
Let's take a look at the VPIP, folks. As you can see, once again, Chris Moneymaker, 79%, the table captain. But after all this, here who has the money, Michael, after that hand. The big winner so far, up $2,300. Tom, again, catching the big hand from Chris earlier with the King 3, up 18-15. A couple small winners in Rex and Sean. Will down 550. Of course, Chris Moneymaker, honestly, surprised he's only down 860 right now. And Kyle, so far, the big loser, down 1,155. Or, well, Todd, the big loser. I just, you know, when I see gray, I'm so accustomed to just be like, oh, ignore that. Don't ignore it. He's down a little bit, and he might have gotten up.
And I think some of the players are excited that Michael has those chips. Michael's been willing to play a little bit, build some pots. Definitely putting the straddle on when he has the chance. So we're going to see some more action here with these stacks. And as players do have to add on or choose to add on, and the stakes, they will get higher. We ended up with quite a bit of money on this game last night. So we have a $20 straddle here somewhere. Looks like Tom's going to look it up. Kyle is going to bump it up now with ace-7. He makes it 80. Michael, the 7-6 suited, is not going to fold. Looks like we have a stack coming in Todd's spot. See if Todd chose to rebot or if we have another player coming in.
It looks like from our graphics that we might have, but we'll see, of course, when we have somebody sit down.
Thank you, Sketchy. Kyle might have won half of that pot on the top board with the flush. I guess that was the 9 of spades that came. So we have a multi-way pot here, $80 from 5 players, I believe. 4 players, excuse me. There we go.
Well, how about that? Quack, quack, quack.
There you go.
3 ducks.
I think that was the old Paul McGrill. It's before your time, Alec, but he was a poker pro that called the deuces ducks. We're going back in the early 2000s here. And ace-10 was the best hand. And bet and take it. Not bad. Nice little pickup for Rex there.
That was fun. Love to see it.
It's more fun. People say presto or something fun if it's 5s or 7s when you have 3 of them on the flop.
Slot machine if it's 7s. 3 7s on the flop, a slot machine, yeah.
There you go. 5s might be something, 10s or 30 miles. There's a couple names in the poker lore. Moneymaker, known for his 5-4, which he made his full house over Sammy Farha to win the 2003 main event. I think the fun hand to ask him about would be the hand that he had in his hand, not knowing he hadn't folded, being stared down by Phil Ivey for a few minutes, if you remember that at the final table in 2003. You know it's on you, right? Oh, I thought I folded a few minutes ago. I don't know if Chris has ever lived that one down, but $2.5 million prize can help you forget a lot.
And the creating of an effect based on your name, I think people have forgotten it by now, but luckily our historian here, Ryan, did not.
Yeah, we did age the commentator here.
I say historian with love and respect, not trying to date you.
I appreciate that. So we have Tom with King 8 suited. He is going to raise it up. And Michael, what did Michael do there? Did he call with 8 deuce suited? All right.
Not the most shocking call we've seen tonight.
Yeah, Christmas gifts around here. We do have a flush draw now from Michael and a pair.
Smoked it. Absolutely smoked it. Has everything. Has the 80% chance of winning the pot.
I don't know any player that doesn't jump out of their chair in a game where you flop a pair and a flush draw. Looks like Tom is going to keep the lead here. Puts 150 out. And we're going to get a raise from the pair and the flush draw. It makes sense to raise here.
So it was 150 from Tom, and it looks to be somewhere around 375 from Michael. 450, even bigger.
Will has nothing really to play here. Disappointingly, he gets out.
And Tom, of course, quickly releases, and Michael continuing to add on top of his stack, up 26-15.
And he is not afraid to put chips into the pot. Right now, Michael and Will just below 50% on that VPIP, and Chris still hovering around 75%. Speaking of statistics, we got 100 viewers in here with us. Please let us know in chat if you're enjoying the stream, and please share it with your friends. As Alex said, you can smash the like, subscribe, all of the buttons you can do if you've heard a stream or a YouTube video before. Tom, definitely enjoying his massage.
To be honest, almost looks like he's falling asleep here, Ryan.
Yeah, he definitely has his head down pretty low here. Might have to wake him up. Looks like Kyle took a quick walk from the game. Tom, it's on you. Do you know? Yeah, I know. Here's a bet. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know, buddy. We know.
You can fast forward through the stream, Tom, at exactly 8:20. I'm just kidding. Moneymaker, premium hand for him.
Premium.
Oh, no.
All loosey-goosey eating a sandwich, and oh, brother.
Whoa,
what
why would
has
Will
this-
even look here? Don't you just shove dark?
Oh, here's my favorite hand, 5-3.
Will he get your favorite flop if they see a flop? I don't know if it'll go that far.
Boo.
I wanted to see a flop.
I
He made
want
a
to
little
see
bit
that
too
flop
much.
so bad. Boo.
Run it.
No, you do not get. No, don't give him the time of day to whatever. Ace
I don't
high.
know what just happened there. Don't
Well,
ask my dealers
Will,
to do that.
Will asked to run it, and he didn't put in the 500. Personally, for me, it's like, oh, run it. Well, you just call. Just call then. It's fine. It's fine. I'll give him a little bit of a rib on that after.
Guess I'm not paying as much attention as I'd like to. Chris had the salmon last night. Looks like he went with a sandwich tonight. Thank you, chat. If you've seen the picture behind him, Chris has been on a healthy lifestyle kick, so we'll definitely have to kick him with this sandwich jab later. Chris, since the World Series, went to Triton, has had some other successes, is up a couple million this year,
Oh,
and
he's doing
down
good.
about 35 pounds, so good for him.
Looking
he
real
said
good.
the weight loss has helped him focus and to be a better poker player. We'll see if that sandwich puts a leak in his game the rest of the night tonight. Carb up, Chris.
That's right. It's about recovery. He's doing it for recovery tonight, Ryan.
He did play pretty late last night after the stream ended. They did have a very nice Omaha game over here in Daytona Beach. Lots of action in Orange City and in Daytona.
By the way, that picture on that poster in the background, I'll take a little pat on my back. I did take that picture of him, which feels good. It's always a little weird to see something you've done printed and so big, but he's got a nice big smile, Chris does.
And he's got bedhead. Who, with that hair, why not?
Yeah, why not, you know?
The 4 tray off for Tom during his massage. Kyle with king queen is going to flop top pair with a king kicker on a queen jack deuce board, and Sean with pocket sevens. Kyle is going to fire out and probably get that bet through. Pretty easy call there. Sevens gone, 4 tray gone. We moved on to the head part of the massage. I wish we can put up a little bumper, maybe a faded spade logo where Tom's currently sitting. I don't know how we block that. I know there's poker blockers. I want to see a player blocker at the moment.
Kyle was a little upset that he just didn't get any more action there. He's down 1085. And yes, I did heard that sometimes, you know, the beautiful head of Tom, you can rent that out as advertising space, and I'm surprised he hasn't done it yet.
We're not going to get into the projection
Yeah,
aspect.
look, I don't know how to quote that ad space, folks, but maybe somebody with a little bit more of a media buying
At this point, to not
expertise.
have a spade tattoo on his head is really disappointing. Maybe a faded spade.
Oh, Chris Moneymaker with aces. He's found some premiums in the last 30 minutes.
I don't think that he finished his bet before Will snapped. Is it a snap call when your bet lands before the original
Yeah.
bet? Jack 8 off against aces. Will does have the flush draw and hearts going for him if that were to come. Does not.
Probably Will's best flop possible, and Chris decides to play it a little slow, and he will get the action from Will. I think that Chris could benefit from just playing it slow, and he knows what Will's doing.
Know your customer. So 290 in the pot here going to the turn. It's not going to give any more help to Will. Chris has a lock on this hand, and he just reaches for chips and wins it.
I think he kindly stops playing coy there with his pocket aces. Already did enough pain to Mr. Will last night.
Approaching hand 30 of the stream. Been going for roughly over an hour or so.
I want to apologize to everybody on stream. I'm not talking anymore because this Yahoo.
One of you two puts him in.
No apologies needed. Quick glance at the win rates and loss rates so far. Right now, Todd has the most work to do, down around 2,500. A couple players in the red as we speak, so a lot of players going to try and claw their way back. Got a straddle on, and
the
Michael
double.
going with the double. Michael makes it 110, it looks like.
And Sean, he's got that look about him, and he's going to make it more with big slick offsuit ace-king.
The ace-jack runs into ace-king quite often at this table, it seems. King Trey, I guess Chris didn't teach him how to play that one. Todd's going to let go of the queen 4 suited. And he's going to call the 3-bet, so we're heads up. 6 1/4 in the pot between Michael and Sean. Ace-jack and ace-king off. And nothing doing, 8-4-5.
Another interesting board, and honestly, I think this is going to favor Michael, considering, you know, Sean has been a little bit timid, of course, compared to a few crazy people at the table, but Michael, if he feels courageous, could maybe do something goofy here.
I think a call here and maybe fire any turn card may be it.
Especially, well, the board pairing one is a little tough, considering that Sean can have all the overpairs, especially 3-betting. That's, you really were hoping for something like a 9-8 or 9-7-6 type of card here, a middling card that didn't pair the board. Sean will check it back, and we will see a river. And it is a 7, which again, Michael wants to rep this and take it away. This is a good card for him, and I think he might get this through.
There's 1,000 out there. His sizing is going to be important here. Kind of
Tiny.
sizes down 300. Does that look like a call me bet? It's hard to call with just ace-king
And
there.
gets it through. I think that exact line, that worked out really well for Michael. Good timing, and the tiny bet gets the credit.
I have a feeling that Michael's played that exact line quite a few times in the games he plays in. Seemed like he had a plan there, and the board worked out for him. You see Rex in the middle there. Rex doesn't give us a lot of information, but he loves to fire into tournaments. So if you get
And
a
I
chance
like
to
his
play,
bucket hat, honestly. I think it's a good look. I think Rex is the most fashionable, next to Kyle, of course, with his great gear. I think Kyle's, I like his branding, but I have to give credit to Rex. I like the bucket hat.
no kudos for Chris for wearing his own gear, and Tom.
You know, yes, they're repping their own brands. I'll give them a little bit of credit, you know.
Just like stood up and walked out.
Rack, please.
What did you say? Chips.
Chips and cocktails, please. Let's keep this game going. So ace kings, 6s, ace 5 suited, jacks.
Oh, boy.
We have some fireworks on the horizon here. Oh, Tom's now doing some yoga pose or maybe some chiropractic. Okay. I don't know, I know downward dog. I'm not sure of that one. Figure
I don't know
four
if this
standing.
is ballet or, folks. I
You
am
need to screenshot that and put that up at the office.
I am dumbfounded in the booth already, and what is not dumbfounding is that Kyle raised here after everybody was involved. Rex is going to play a little conservative here, not try to get it all in pre-flop. He will call. That's going to induce Sean to call as well. Chris maybe will not make the same mistake as last time and decide to rip it in for $2,500, but he has a great hand, ace 5 suited, and of course Will. Look at how many people are in. He's priced in. It's $820 pre-flop, 5 ways.
He's channeling his inner Shane with the 10-4 suited.
King, Queen, 4. So top for Rex. We've got Will with a little piece of this. Sean and Chris not much, and Kyle in an interesting situation with jacks. But if it does get to him, I think he will probably fire a bet.
Kyle does navigate his way through the 2-5 and 5-8 streets on the regular. He knows where he's at. He is going to let that one go through.
Decides
7.
to check, and this will give Chris now the nut flush draw as the 7 of hearts comes on the turn. Rex now, of course, going to bet, and will probably bet something chunky here, just considering how many people are in this pot. But he is not going to get everybody to fold.
Maybe going 3/4 pot here. Was that about 675, 575?
It is 575, Chris, the nut flush draw with 2 people behind. You have to feel decently good, but you only got 1 card to come.
He doesn't know that his ace is not live either, but he is going to look him up here. Will with 1 pair, going to let it go, it looks like. Let's see, disappointingly. And Kyle instantly lets go of the jacks. Best starting hand, bad
This
shape
is the right
now.
decision in this situation. River card is a 5. So Chris gets a little piece on the end. Is that little piece enough to potentially call any bet here from Rex and look
I
him
feel
up?
like Rex is going to be all in here. I
Yeah.
just have that vibe. 2,000 in the pot. I don't see Rex. 450? Okay. That's a call me bet.
Choosing to go tiny, and 400 into what was previously 1,900. Pot's now 2,370.
Making the 5 on the end gives Chris a little bit of showdown value here, but I don't know what he wants to do here against Rex. Raising probably not an option.
With that much left behind, it's hard to feel that Rex will ever fold on $1,100 with that much in there. Trying to get a read is Chris.
I'll show you when you show it tomorrow.
Just tell me you agree. That's a great card to show now.
They both show each other an ace.
I think Chris was hoping he could put Rex like on ace jack, but not having the heart takes away one of the hands he could have had. Chris is going to call.
And Rex will get paid off here. A little bit of mind games, a little bit of fun. And Rex plays that hand pretty well and is going to add to his stack considerably. He's now up over $2,300 as we take a look again at the winnings. Great hand from him, and Sketchy Poker
That was a really good show.
liking as well, said fireworks incoming. Chris thinking of jamming? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe. I think that's something that for a second I thought Chris might do, but
I really think he's thinking that the hand he could beat there exactly is maybe an ace jack, but not have or having the ace of hearts in his hand hurts him there. Making the 5 on the river is more fortunate for Rex. So there's your wins right now. Michael's still leading away with 3,100 in profit at the moment. Rex right behind with 2,300. Todd's still down about 2,500, and Chris approaching 2,000 down on the evening, so he's got some work to do.
now finally the massage and performative dance in seat 1 from Tom Wheaton has finished, and he will crack open a Coors Light and rejoin us with his head held high this time. Looks like we're doing another double board bomb pot from what it looks like. We got those green chips in the middle. Daytona Poker Live, just getting close to 8:45 Eastern Time. Alec Rome and Ryan Unger, we have had a great time so far. We're an hour in, 103 viewers, going strong. We've been steady at 100. Thank you so much. Again, reminder to like, subscribe, do all those things. And if you're liking it, hey, tell somebody else. We're going to keep going tonight. If they want to see some poker, we're going to be live for at least a couple more hours. So get them involved. Tell them, hey, go on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. Everybody's got cards. Here come 2 boards.
Double board bomb pot, 200 a pot. We got the 5-4-7 on the top board, ace 10, 8, 2 diamonds on the bottom board. It's going to take a moment to catch up with the players' hands. They will act in order. Small blind would be first if there was a small blind. We'll see the cards as they go around with 200 in a pot.
Check to Will, who will fire here first for 150. We'll catch up to his cards. He has top pair on top and top pair on bottom. He has both.
Well, taking a little picture for our friends here watching. I'm not good at this selfie thing.
Oh,
that's
all
my
right.
daughter to help us.
So 10 on the bottom will now give Sean trips on the board that Will has top pair, and he gotta feel that he is not in danger, but he certainly is. And even then, we're looking at an open-ender on the bottom for Sean as well. It could get really nasty here for Will, and I think Sean calling is probably, oh, he goes all in.
Chris, yeah, we know his opponent's still in and you get knocked out.
No, he's knocked out. He left.
Go back.
Pained expression on Will.
It's hard to know what to do in these spots, and it's hard to know how to play them. Sean deciding to go for it now after hitting the trips. Will still with 40% of this pot, though, thanks to having a pair on the bottom, but it is the worst position to be in to feel like you're potentially calling to chop at best.
That's what makes double board bomb pots so interesting and creates so much action, and they could be so painful.
And he will call. I think he has decent reason to. We'll find out that he's got a shot. Needs to fade some cards on the bottom, including the last 10, and it's a 4. He will get half the pot and fade what could have been a disaster.
Sean put him to the test. This was the right hand to do it on. So they can pull their money back, and we can move on. Chop up what's in the middle. The joys of double board bomb pots. Game selection is very important. It looks like for chat, dealer selection is important as well. A little sarcasm there, Alec. I guess there's a backstory there. And Will's going to go for some Tom Wheaton luck.
Oh, there we go.
And he's going to go for the tableside massage in seed 8. Tom has started a trend. I think if money gets in for number 3 on the list here, negotiations occurring. Will, please do anything to change my luck at this point.
He's doing 15 minutes, folks. 15 minutes of getting to watch this.
Let's see if he'll forget it's on him like Tom did. See how that works.
I will say, you know, even getting a, I did not realize, because I didn't do a lot of massages at the poker table until going to the WSOP. It is a game changer. You do absolutely fall asleep. I'm not even, you are lulled to sleep. So as much as I make fun of Tom for that, they're nice.
It really is relaxation therapy more
Yes.
than a massage. It's going to relax you. And you can get tense in at a table for 10, 12, 14 hours a day. Playing a daily deep stack, you probably played 12 hours or so.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
tough.
It was
They're grind.
7 p.m. to, I think we finally chopped it. Mind you, chopped it 5-way. We could have went longer, but we were all like, it's 4 in the morning. Like,
Exactly.
we're all even stacked. Let's go home.
And it's jam or go home at that point anyways.
Yeah. We got Sean and Rex catching a piece of this board on an ace-queen-4 rainbow. Rex also with the backdoor spades, and we are going to see another turn card, and there's 2 pair. Rex is just got this one in a good spot. However, Will's got a gutter that he may choose to continue with, and he will after only a small $65 bet from from Sean with second pair. Kyle, of course, out of the way. And now what will Rex do? Just a call, and he's got 85% here, but there could be a lot of fireworks on the river. There's not. Rex with the best hand.
In position. Sean's going to go ahead and check. Will can only win with a nice size bet here. He's getting the massage, a little distraction. He is going to check. Rex is going to go for value. 250-ish. Sean with second pair here. Going to take a peek and probably let it go.
He kind of gives a smirk and lets it go, but he does it correctly, and he will be shown by Rex that he made the correct decision as he continues a few more sips of whatever beer he's having. Can't recognize that one,
Might
honestly.
be a Kona Big Wave. Hard to tell from here. Maybe someone chat can see it a little
Is
bit
that an
better.
IPA? Or
I'm not sure, Kona. Good question. Let him know you're here to play, Sean. Okay, he tried. But Rex got the hands there. I see about 2K in black chips sitting between Sean and Moneymaker, so those could be in play at some point here. Hiding behind the old sandwich and beer.
Finish? I want to do it too.
Well, I have a hernia on my disc.
Day
so
one
I
ain't
can
finished
paralyze.
Tom asking if day 1A finished yet. Well, I can tell you they are not going to finish for quite a while. They are, I believe, playing down to 13.
Kindness knows no bounds.
I can sneak a peek here. The satellite had about 38 players in it. We have another satellite tomorrow at 4 p.m. if you want to play. The main is down to 37, and I believe they're going to bag and be in the money with 13 players remaining this evening. So they have their work cut out for them. Good luck to all the runners still remaining in Flight A. And you yourself can be in Flight B or C for $1,500 at noon on Friday or Saturday in Daytona. Playing for $300,000. That's the guarantee. Right now there's $130,000 already in that after today. We're looking to crush this guarantee.
again, great start, especially on a Thursday. So many passionate players from Daytona and surrounding areas coming to play this Moneymaker Tour main event. And Tom says, I was going to just say, it's a new matchup here between Tom and Kyle. We've got some potential. Actually, the best hand is 9-8 of diamonds right now, equity-wise. Tom, technically, if we're stopping the hand now, has the best hand. But the question is, will he even continue after Kyle decides to fire 150?
Kyle's been a little bit snugger, not the best card distribution. I think Tom probably doesn't want to play a pot with Kyle right now. I think he's probably going to let this one go. Kyle trying to build. When he hits, he wants to get it. Well, Tom's going to be sticky with ace high.
He's going to be more than sticky. He's going to raise it to 425.
He's fun though.
That's not going to be enough.
I
Kyle will gladly call there. Now we're going to be sitting on a pretty healthy pot.
930. Kyle with the effective stack here. It's a 4 on the turn, and it ends up being good for Tom here with the heart. He does catch a little bit of something to chase him down with and call potentially what might be 3 streets of betting if Kyle is so courageous. And he says 625 pretty confidently.
The
and
verbal
Tom doesn't
bet.
like it.
Doesn't like the verbal declaration. You can tell Tom very uncomfortable. That is a strength move when you have the verbal bet.
He will tell you every.
All right, Kyle dragging chips. Gonna build. It's like playing basketball and finally getting one to see and go through the net, build from there.
So with that, it does shift our winnings a little bit. Let's take an updated look. Again, Michael's still the big winner, up $3,000, and Rex not too far behind, up $2,600. Tom has taken a few dents in the last couple hands, especially that one, but he's still a winner. Will, Kyle, Chris all down, and Todd still looking to get back into things after busting that first $2,500.
And if you're watching in the stream and watched last night, keep an eye on Mr. Moneymaker. His VPIP's gone down a little bit, but he just ate. Probably recovering from his nice little carby meal. But Chris is going to splash around. He is the VPIP leader, sitting around 65%, even though he seemed quiet for a few. Here he's going to willingly make it 85, and Will's gladly going to call. Tom with Chris with queen 10 off, and Will with 8-7 suited. Todd's going to find what we called last night the Varconi. A little bit before your time, Alec. That's the queen 10 off also. The
I
year
remember
before Moneymaker.
I was going to say, I remember Varconi. Yeah.
02.
02.
02. Hasn't done much since, but, you know, you got a main event. It's more than I got. 4 ways to the flop of king 7 tray, 2 hearts, 7 for Will. No one with a king.
Michael does have the ace of hearts here, and Chris, of course, will go ahead and represent and try to get some people out of this hand. He bets 175.
You're going to check to him. He's going to fire.
And Will, again, is deciding to get aggressive at the right time, I think, this time. He raises it. Again, he does have the best hand, but the problem is being courageous and being willing to stick around with it, and he will end up winning it. Winning a nice little healthy pot.
Getting that massage and putting that raise in is a strength tell. Oh, she found the spot.
Oh, yeah.
Will was in some pain there, and it didn't involve poker.
He winced a little bit there. Got a knot.
I sure can.
I asked him earlier who his Premier League team was because he has that striker haircut. He didn't answer but laughed at my Chelsea. But Chelsea, family favorite in the house. That's what we do. Go Blues.
I don't care.
Well, I'm a little scared to say what I like, but who I like, but
You're not an Arsenal fan there, are you?
Can you hear that clicking?
Good
Arsenal
guess.
fan, go Gunners.
Oh,
Of
boy.
course. There were you have to admit they were very exciting last year.
Gooners is what they're known in my house by, but there you go.
They were very fun. Probably the most fun they've been in a while. Chelsea dipping a little bit, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, there we go. We're willing to spend some money just like Michael here. Chelsea definitely leading the Premier League in bot players. Ace-Queen versus Ace-Queen. When you have Moneymaker versus Michael here, Will's going to get out of this one.
Oh, wow.
Kyle and Todd also. So Ace-Queen versus Ace-Queen, and they have each other's suits covered. Always interesting.
40-minute levels. 40,000
Well, and it's
views.
interesting, too, just because now Michael will probably end up having to call here. He may choose the 4 of it. The order of who decides to make the decision with them both having the same hand is always a key part of these situations. And Michael doesn't look like he is going anywhere, of course. He will make the call. Again, they both have the same hand. But if one of them hits red or black here, how about not at all? So this is already a guaranteed chop if we get to showdown. If we get to showdown.
Could see a raise here by Michael. He knows Chris is willing to fire with nothing there, but he is going to call. Maybe has plans for another round, different street.
7 of clubs on the turn. Very disconnected board here. It brings in the back door, but still.
Whose range right now is represented best with this board?
I think it's Michael's, and Michael has made the bets in such a way tonight is that I feel like he's been firing and making bets at the times where honestly his range has been favored. And here we go again. He's going to bet the river. The question is, will Chris look him up on 425? But I think Michael's timing and reads tonight have been pretty much impeccable. That's why he's up $3,000, and that's why he'll get Chris Moneymaker to fold. Michael is on point, has 6570 in his stack. Once again, well done, Michael.
I think the needle would be if he signed his hat and gave it to Chris. Let me sign that hat for you.
Chris Moneymaker didn't, or Michael didn't meet Chris Moneymaker. Chris Moneymaker met Michael
I
tonight.
feel like there's a Chuck Norris reference in there somewhere. So we're approaching hand 37 for the evening. We do thank you all for joining us, watching us across the multiple platforms, making it fun in chat for us.
Yeah, no matter what platform you're on, put some in the chat. Let us know you're around. We'd love to interact with you. Again, follow and like our Facebook page. Again, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. We also have Twitter, too. DBKC and PR. I think I got that right. Good. I have a little bit of memory, folks. Twitch and YouTube.
Right now, the premier place to play poker tournaments in Central Florida, and also our location in Orange City, big cash game action. But here we go. We have a raise with 9-7 suited on the button. But Michael has the Cowboys. It looks like he's going to bump it back to 230.
Feel good, play good, run good, Ryan.
There you go. Will going to get out of the way with the Jack Tray suited. I feel like if he wasn't getting a massage, there may be some chips being put in that pot there from him. And Tom is going to look him up.
With position, with a suited one gapper, it's completely reasonable. Tom's going to get in there. And let's see another fun pot. How about that? Ace of diamonds, 8-7. Tom with bottom pair and backdoor. Of course, Michael will be firing here. Let's see how sticky Tom is willing to get. It's 3-10. It's an interesting spot because you feel like you're going to have to go all the way, and he's already saying.
You know what I've got. You know what I've got.
I don't know. 10, 9 clubs.
But if that 8 was a 9,
Shows the Cowboys. Proud of it. Had the best hand. Those ace magnets. That's yours, dealer. Take that. Let's move on to the next hand.
Tom, of course, wishing if a card was a different card, and it does not work that way, my friend. I know you make cards, but that's what was given to you.
And Will wondering, when do I get my kings? Looked up. Now he's back to relaxation therapy. Todd's been a little quiet the last few hands. Rex been a little quiet. Looking at the VPIP right now, it looks like Sean at 24%. A little bit low on the VPIP here, but Rex at 27%. Todd at 29%. Chris has slid down to 64. Started off strong, but we're about midstream, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the table average of VPIP, I think, has skidded down from the beginning, of course, as things have gone on, but I certainly think that everybody is still willing to play hands and play pots, and that's what's happening here. We see a raise from Sean with the ace-queen offsuit. Chris, Moneymaker, with 8-5 of spades will 3-bet. I think he's picked a person in Sean with maybe whom he believes that he can push around a little bit, considering Sean the lowest VPIP at the table. But Sean is not going anywhere. He will call.
In like a 7K club.
Todd folds, and we're heads up.
And I was like, I have no idea how that hand is like.
And pretty much ideal for Chris to keep firing here, catching plenty of equity, having the best hand.
Chris is going to bet with middle pair. It's going to be good enough to take it. We move on to another hand. Well, I guess it's my turn here, Alec, because we're at the 9 p.m. hour. Alec Rome on that side, Ryan Unger on this side. Thank you for everyone joining us and sticking with us for the last just about 2 hours. We're nearly halfway through our stream this evening at Daytona Poker Room. This being part of the Moneymaker tournament week, doing 2 cash game streams. 500 minimum buy-in, 3K max, but more money than that on the table as these players are creating some big pots and big spots tonight. A lot of action so far. We're only 40 hands in. Players have been straddling almost every hand, putting the double on, playing for 20 most spots here. Seems like Sean's had that hand quite a few times. Sorry to cut you off there, Alan.
No, you're fine. He has. I think that's at least the second time, if not the third time. And he will raise, and here's Will with a call of ace-queen offsuit, which we've also been seeing quite a bit lately, passed around the table. Rex not as loosey-goosey enough to make the call. I don't blame him. He's up $2,600. He doesn't need to be loosey-goosey.
In a tournament, we call this a classic flip situation, but we do have ace-queen off for sevens, and the jack-9-8 board, giving the queen a gutter ball and the sevens a gutter ball.
Sean will continue here for 100. And Will come along. 10 would be disastrous for Sean. It's a 6, which now gives him, again, he's now got an open ender. He can catch a 5 first straight. He still has the best hand, but I really feel like Will might just decide to be sticky here, and he's getting good prices, $275 here. And that is exactly what will happen. He's got overcards plus a gutter. River is a king. Sean with the best hand, but will he stick around? I mean, he's been taking the lead here, and he will fire a third time. And luckily, he's going to get the benefit of just continuing to be aggressive. I think if he checked here, Will would be potentially open to betting, feeling like with this connected board, he wouldn't be good. But instead, 3 streets. He gets 2 streets of value. And Sean, the winner of this one.
Getting a little quiet in chat here. Let's pretend we're playing. Let's have some fun. Tell us what you're thinking about the stream tonight. A couple of you have said you're going to play in this tournament series this weekend. We do have 2 more days to buy into this $1,500 main event. Help us crush this guaranteed prize pool of $300K. Right now we're sitting roughly $130,000 after our flight today. Still about 30 players left, playing down to 13 tonight. You can buy in tomorrow at noon, and there's plenty of levels of late registration. You can also buy in on Saturday. 1 satellite left. That'll be tomorrow at 4 p.m. You can win your seat for as little as $186. This is a $1,500 tournament with a $300K guarantee. And on day 2 and day 3, it's hour-long levels. Plenty of value, great structure. Any event hosted in Daytona that Byron Rodriguez, our tournament director, puts his hands on. And in this event, partner with Tony Burns and Moneymaker, you're going to have a good structure. So I'm going to let you take this one. Ace Trey and Aces here. What do you think?
Kyle with the standard 3-bet of pocket rockets. Of course, Will, he is willing to play. He's got 46% VPIP, and there's almost no doubt in my mind that he was going to make the call with ace-3 of spades. And this, again, could be interesting depending on what comes out. King of spades in the window for deuce. Will with the wheel draw as well as the backdoor spade draw. Bang! There it is. It's a diamond, but Will with the wheel. And how good will Kyle feel considering this run out? He's not going anywhere. He'll make the call, and we could see an interesting river. Again, Kyle needing just a chop out. Will's got a lock with the wheel, and it's all in.
Kyle has asked for a count.
1,275.
It's a tough spot for Kyle. Again, he's down 7-10 so far and has been pretty much, I would say, playing it pretty close to the vest tonight. And you find the hand, the best hand in poker, and now it's just down to what do you think Will is doing here?
I wonder if there's any merit to Kyle betting flop there, but that's being results oriented. This is a tough one. A diamond on the river could have saved him money, maybe. Maybe he did watch the stream last night, saw how Will played when Will was stuck a little bit. All of that being factored in. The power of the sugar-free Red Bull.
And he does make the call, and
Crying
will get
call.
the bad news. Is going to lose a big chunk to Will here.
No
turning
slow
the wheel
roll on that one.
No slow rolling, just all business. And Will has climbed out of the hole and is up 760, and that will put Kyle down with Todd down over $2,500. It's a tough situation. Don't blame him at all for having to make the call there, but worked out for Will, nailing the wheel on the turn.
Very unlucky for Kyle. Those are the types of situations to get into with aces. Low suited, connected boards. Best 15-minute massage that Will has probably gotten.
It got the magic, as we could see. Louis saying that that was Kyle's favorite hand. I would have to say it's a lot of people's favorite hand, Ryan, potentially. Just a thought, but I understand.
I remember meeting my wife and asking her favorite hand, and at the time it was pocket queens, and now she'd probably tell me anything but that. I do see something in the chat. I can't figure that out, that was meant to be queens or eyeballs. Hard to tell. 7-5 suited. Put some money in the pots in the past in my lifetime with a 7-5 suited. That's why I'm sitting here. Chris with his king tray. Can he find retribution with his king tray suited?
I don't think Chris has dragged a pot in a while, I got to be honest.
Is
And
it his turn for the massage? I missed that angle.
I think it might have been. I think he's there. And it looks like we're going to get a nice little family affair here. We have to go to the other side of the screen now because we have 5 of us calling. It won't be a 6th as Rex gets out of the way with the offsuit king. Here we go again.
So the queen 4 deuce, rainbow flop. Todd with the queen 7 current in the lead. Couple backdoor flush draws. We're going to check all the way through. 340 in the pot, and that's probably an action killer. Todd now with 3 queens.
Action killer, you say. Will doesn't think so. He's got ace high, and then immediate raise from Todd. Todd has been checking in a lot of these situations. Second time he did it with a pair in a multi-way spot, and of course will just show you that he didn't have it. And Todd at least gets, I think, maybe the most amount of value possible there. I don't think he's getting anything, considering how that ran out. He got 75 bucks.
Going back to the aces being your favorite hand, they say you either win a small pot or lose a big one. A lot of pain with aces. A lot of pain. Maybe Kyle can turn his hat backwards and channel a rally here.
Rally cap, you got to turn it backwards and flip it upside down. That's how the rally caps work.
I don't know how the logo turns up on stream when it's inside out and upside down.
I mean, look, that's what we used to do in Little League, right? You had to have the rally caps and make them silly and maybe find a few more hats and stack them on top of your hat.
We can't side wager, but I'm going to ask, do you think Sean goes for the massage when we make a full counterclockwise orbit here?
That's true. I kind of wonder this. I'll go ahead and say yes. I think he'll be attracted by the massages.
I'm thinking he may skip over to Michael. But
Okay.
Moneymaker is going to have queens here, and he's going to be deceptive here and just call the straddle.
No, I'm gonna get
Will with 10-7's definitely in. Tom gets out of the way with 7 tray. Kyle with a 10-8 suited. He actually makes it 80. I don't know if he's steamy and if he has a big plan here, but probably not going to like what happens when he gets back to Chris here.
Yep, that was coming.
Easy fold for Will. Is Kyle going to get sticky here against Moneymaker for 320?
He will not. It's a pretty hand, but I think he was just willing, especially I think after Chris just called in the smaller from near the straddle, that you just bound to trust him, considering that Chris's VPIP has gone down a little bit after a while, and he'll drag that pot.
Is it going to be a double board bomb pot hand? We have a dealer change.
Oh, it might be. Again, taking a look, there's the winners and losers. The top end of the board here has flattened out. Rex is the big winner now, as looks like, was that right? Remind me of where Michael ended up losing money. Is that correct? I was going to say, I think that might be wrong, because he's still at 67.45, so I think we have that incorrect.
There's
there.
a small little glitch there. Yeah, Michael definitely still the big winner. He has not really given much chips away. We'll get that corrected.
Yeah, Michael's definitely the big winner still, considering his stack is 67.45. But we do have a few more losers now, and big losers. Todd, Kyle, and Chris all down more than $2,000.
I think you would call that glitch artificial unintelligence, but maybe AI is not all they crack it up to be. So we do have the double board bomb pot. The players have ante $25. The dealer collect the money. He'll have 200 in a pot. Put 2 boards out, the top and bottom. Action will start directly left of the button, right on the flops.
118 viewers, folks. I think that's the peak so far tonight. Thank you so much, and keep it going.
Very grateful and humble. Glad you can join us. Share it with a friend. Let them know we probably got about 2 hours left. We're about 43 hands in, and we're glad to have you here. The hands will start popping up for the players. We do have ace, 6, king, 2 clubs in the top board, 10, king, queen on the bottom board, 2 hearts.
Chris with a flush draw and an open-ender. Flush draw on top, open-ender on bottom. Will, unfortunately, the worst possible situation with 9s. It's just, you got to feel like you have to hit a set, because otherwise, you know, it's just so hard to stick around on any of those boards.
So Todd flopped gin on one board and then has top pair on the other.
And a 10 on top. So again, Chris is going for the flush there on top. Todd will bet 450, and Chris not going anywhere. He's got what he believes to be equity, but in reality, I mean, he's just pretty much trying to chop, because Todd has the straight on bottom. I missed. He already flopped Broadway, but he will chop it and then hit the flush on the top.
All in, all in.
So I think if I'm not mistaken, is Todd getting quartered here? I think Todd is getting quartered, because they both have Broadway on top. Yeah, Todd is going to get quartered here.
Chris fell into the perfect river card on both boards.
Brutal run out for Todd here. Flopped it on bottom, absolute best possible hand, and then top pair on top, and somehow is only going to get 25% of this pot.
Once again, the double board bomb pot can be brutally painful. Look what the river card does for Chris. Jack 7 of clubs beating ace jack off with Broadway flush. It's tough.
It strikes again. This painful variation on the dealer change.
I think this massage thing has some merit to it. Been some luck for whoever's getting the massage at
It
the
sure
time.
looks like it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So as they attempt to get this all chopped up correctly.
A real quick reminder, everybody, if you don't want to play for $1,500 and want to try and win your seat, you can for $186 in Daytona tomorrow at 4 p.m. There's going to be 3 seats guaranteed given out in that satellite. Also, if you're playing in the main and you make day 2 on Sunday, or you're in the area, we are going to have a second chance tournament. It's called event number 8. 500 buy-in, 20K guarantee, and that'll be at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Also coming in October, we're going to have a multi-day tournament with a final table live stream. That's going to be a 200K guarantee for $365, and that's October 5th through 9th. Please check out all of the offerings at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club and Orange City Racing and Card Club through Twitter, through Facebook, on our website. Plenty of opportunities to find out what's going on. Also Bravo Live, can't forget that. A lot of different tournaments, big cash games. Central Florida's poker leaders.
Absolutely, and Ryan, as you surely know, not just all the tournament offerings we have going on with the Moneymaker Tour and that one coming up in October, but I don't know if a lot of people realize that in the nation, this is the best place to go for high hand payouts. You guys, between the two places, pay out $6 million a year in high hand payouts. Walking in today, I always find myself looking up at the high hand payout board, and it's always $300, $400, $500 every single hour. These two rooms give out the most in the country that I know of for sure. It's beautiful. It's a must come and play for that alone.
If you're in the town on Labor Day, Monday, September 4th, you can have a chance to win $5,000 3 different times that day when we play our biggest promotion we do called Big Ass High Hands. The biggest hand for a 4-hour period does win $5,000 in cash. If someone hits it early in the 4-hour period, we just do a royal reset. You hit a royal flush an hour into the promotion, we're going to pay you $5K for another $5K on the board.
That's cool.
$15,000 in payouts plus our normal high hands that day. So always something to check out. Check out Bravo Live. Check out our Facebook, Twitter, and our website.
And blood might be coming here. Will raises in the small right away. First to act with ace queen offsuit. Tom with the beautiful king jack of clubs makes the call on the big, and Kyle will 3-bet again right next to him with ace king offsuit. We've seen a lot of ace king tonight as well. Chris will not come along, and I think this could get a little bit interesting. I see no reason for either of the two of them to go anywhere.
Will's sizing up stacks here. There could be a 4-bet coming in here. Stacks are kind of deep for a shove.
Tom has been bleeding a little bit tonight. He had that one big hand from Chris, but he's still up $500. And it's hard-pressed to see a reason why he would fold, considering if Will, what looks like a call, it's a pretty Broadway hand. I know it's king jack.
Kyle does look pretty strong here. He has not shown a weak holding tonight. Looks like Tom is going to make the call with the king jack suited.
Over $1,000 in pre-flop, and it's king queen 10. Everybody catches a piece. Kyle with top pair, Will with second pair, and the ace of spades. He's got backdoor royal draw opportunity, and Tom with top pair and the open ender. Doesn't know that 2 aces are gone, but this one, we could be shaping up for our biggest pot of the night.
Kyle checked last time. He had the best hand on the flop. He knows he's probably good here, but up against something, he's going to make him pay.
You have to, especially considering how big this was. 400 is the bet.
But I don't think either player is getting out of the way here. We may actually see a raise.
The question is, both Tom and Will have reasons to just call or raise, potentially, to try and get one of the other players out of the pot. Tom will look and check again. Will makes the call.
Already $1,800 in a pot, $400 for Tom to call. It's a very tough spot here. Open ender with top pair. Possible flush draw out there. Someone could have ace jack already made. It's a very tough situation. I don't envy him. See the orange chip in front. Is that going to be in play?
Yep, that is. So that's a $1,000 chip, it looks like. And Tom is all in. Tom Wheaton is all in with top pair and the open ender, and Kyle and Will are going to be put in the blender. And not much time passes before Kyle makes the fold
He's had
with the
some run
best
bad.
hand. Yeah, he's had some run bad, and it might just be some potential trigger fear to go all in here. But considering the board, I don't blame him either. I mean, you think, man, somebody's got to hit something here. But now Will, with the potential royal backdoor draw here, he's got a pair. This is a tough decision for him, too.
Does have a blocker at the queen. Does have some combo blocks. I wonder if he thinks Tom's sitting on a set of tens just so strong. No.
He'll make the call.
Wow.
And we have our biggest pot of the night here on Daytona Poker Live. Almost $6,000.
And Kyle's going to see what he was up against. There's a 10 to pair the board. 10 of clubs.
River's a jack. River's a jack. That's the first board, of course. They run it twice. Will take the first board. 9 on the second. That will give Tom the straight for now until, of course, the deuce runs off. And, of course, we fund choppy Kyle's money. But, man, oh, man, we knew that one right off the rip was going to be crazy, and it was. We get it all in, nearly a $6,000 pot, and I think both Tom and Will are honestly going to breathe a sigh of relief that they get half of it.
What a tough spot for Kyle, but he does find a fold. Will giving us some analysis. Kyle walking away from the table, as I probably would as well. Would have been a quarter for them.
Well, greed's a bad thing, young man.
I was just joking.
I know you were.
Says the lawyer. Says the lawyer. Right. Hey, what about his billing hours this month?
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Greed is everything later.
20 bucks.
All right, the live 20 is on. Looks like Kyle and Todd are away from the table at the moment.
Thank you. Nice hand for you.
6 max cash games. Here we go. More action.
I thought when I called you were dead, right? That's just straight
As if
now.
there wasn't enough already. What a hand, folks. 127 viewers in the chat. Hope you liked that one. We gave you a little treat there. And Tom, after getting 300 there in that last pot, will wake up with 9-7 of clubs in the small.
5 ace king is even sicker because
That's what I'm saying.
Win
Yeah.
one, right?
When you
Win
call that,
one.
I thought ace king when you called with ace of spades.
Yeah, you win one, right?
And here we go again. Sean, who we haven't heard from in a hot minute, will 3-bet with ace king.
I was just slow rolling.
If I had ace jack, I would have played it exactly the same way as well.
That's just cruel, man.
Blockers, bro. Blockers, bro.
Blockers. I got blockers, bro. If I had ace jack of spades, it would have been freaking hilarious.
325? Yeah.
I'd have been like, oh, okay, I can.
Kyle's going to chip up a little bit here. We have Tom with the 9-7 of clubs.
And I definitely win the table, dude.
It's 3-bet by Sean with the ace king.
And Tom came to play. It's a good hand and an opponent that, you know, has been pretty much playing straightforward tonight.
Queen 8-4 on the flop with 2 spades. Sean's going to have the backdoor flush draw with the 2 overs. Tom connects 3 spades on the board now. Tom does make a pair of 7s.
And it goes check, check again. Sean has the king of spades. River card is a 10. It will give it to Tom just with the pair of 7s.
Nearly 700 in the pot. I don't think Sean will give up here.
And
Tom's going small, 130-ish? No, big grab.
150.
150.
Could get this for thin value. Oh, Sean still folds. Well done, Sean. I think both players did the right thing there. I think Tom with a perfect size in there trying to get thin value and fortunately couldn't get it.
125 now. We are peaking with our viewership. Thank you for tuning in. We do have Alec Rome sitting next to me. I'm Ryan Unger from Orange City Racing and Card Club. Alec, kind enough to join us this evening. He is a streamer extraordinaire, working with
Thank you.
Tom Wheaton and Faded Spade and Above the Fill Productions. We are glad to have you all joining. As I said that, 14 of you turned it off, so I'll humble myself for a moment. Talk to our production team for a second.
See, now what he said is that we hit our peak, but I say we haven't hit our peak yet, folks. You don't want to, jinx it. And Tom is now the benefactor of 2 A's, 2 capital A's, 2 aces, 2 rockets against Michael, who will raise it to $110. And Tom is just going to go ahead and 3-bet this. I'm a little surprised that he didn't potentially just flat this, considering the power position, but I will say that Michael has been active. I understand wanting to get the value pre-flop. Michael may still call, and honestly will here. I think calling for Tom in position or raising with the aces, I think either a good decision. But Michael is going to flop a lot of fun here. He will have a flush draw, a 9-5-3. Tom does have the ace of hearts here, and I imagine will be firing, considering that he does have it.
$800 in the pot.
And he goes chunky here, $500.
And Michael knows if he hits his flush, it's going to be good. Wonder if he should just raise and take it now, not knowing Tom as strong as he is. There he goes.
It is all in, and I don't think Tom, yep, it's a snap. They've been running it twice a lot tonight, and I believe that is the case again. Here's the first board. It's a 6 on the turn. It adds an 8 and a 4. River is a deuce. Deuce brick. Chris, of course, upset that it bricked out there. 4 on the turn, of course, brings in again some 6s with the gutter, plus a heart, and he bricks both of them. Tom Wheaton wins $3,320 more. Huge pot there after going all in. And I honestly think with that Tom's going to be the big winner again.
Definitely. We have a little bit of misinformation on our stack sizing that we can see with the win rates, but Tom definitely now after this hand should be sitting around 6,600, which should make him the big stack and the big winner. The massage worked out.
Michael still might be up a little bit considering it depends on what he bought in with.
He was in for 3 and it's shown him around 3,400.
So he's still up 410, but all that profit that he had has been shipped the way of the man in seat number 1, Above the Felt and Faded Spade CEO Tom Wheaton. How about that? What a time. He's been the benefactor of some great situations tonight and played them well.
It all started with a 15-minute massage or
That's
relaxation
right. It
therapy.
really did. That's all it was. And now the debate is Sean going to take that? I mean, I don't know if the players recognize that the good luck has gone to the person who's gotten the massage. So we'll find out.
Tom, Will, Chris. Sean would be next. May skip Sean and Rex and go to Michael. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a 360 and end up back at Tom. Hand number 47. For those in the audience, they're playing on 47. A little luck here. Sean with another pocket pair, this time pair of 9s.
Gil Levy saying, looking forward to the main this weekend. Glad you're coming down, Gil. Great structure put on by Chris. Hopefully the guarantee is met early. Good luck to all the dogs. Thank you so much. Great words. Thanks, Gil. And it certainly looks like that we're on track, knock on wood, to crush that guarantee again. Wonderful day today. We end up, what was it, 101 entrants in this flight today?
101 entrants, so we definitely are doing very well so far. They played down to 13 tonight.
Now, I was talking to the hardest working man in the room, Byron, and, Byron, even through the day, was like, oh, do you like this number, Byron? He's like, no, I don't. I want more. I just always want more. And hopefully the 101, I didn't ask him if he liked 101, but I'm sure that might be able to give Byron a little bit of relief, and it's been a pleasure to meet him and all the wonderful staff here at Daytona Beach as we continue on in the Moneymaker Tour. Come on
Incredible
down.
structure. Incredible
Yeah.
structure. Tony Burns working really hard behind the scenes of the Moneymaker Tour.
Nice hand.
Him and Byron working together, you're going to get a great product. We're very proud of the product we have and thankful that we're the second stop ever on this Moneymaker Tour.
I guess
Definitely a great matchup with Daytona Beach Racing and Kart Club and the Moneymaker Tour. And put some cash game action on stream for y'all. Got a flush draw here by Will. The board is King 8 Trey. If I was dealing in my old days, I'd say dealer has 21 there, Alec, looking
Yeah.
at that board. 4 on the turn, Rex with ace 10 off, Kyle ace 6 off, and Todd with jack 9. Flush draw for Will, sitting on 30% equity, but Rex with the overcard is high. Rex does fire 150, pretty much double pot. Quick call by Will. Getting out of the way here is going to be heads up. Just under 400 in a pot here. Overcards versus the flush draw. And let's see who has the heart to bet here. I think Rex is just going to follow through. And Will gets out of the way. Rex takes a nice pot. Rex has been chipping up pretty nice as well himself tonight. Sitting around 4,200. Rex is only in for 1,500, so he's pretty happy with those results. Showing a 2,700 profit right now.
You know, Will has done something with his chip stack, which is a little bit polarizing to me. He stacked them all up one tower tall. He might have the tallest stack, but it's not the one that's worth the most right now. That belongs to Tom Wheaton.
Yes, but Tom does the OCD chip stack. That's what I see when I see that.
Does he
did it
line
last
up
night.
the? Does he line up the corners?
He
I
hasn't
know a
had
lot
time.
of people do.
He hasn't had time. You know,
He's
to
been
line the pips.
raking in pots too much, but
Yeah. Rex is happy. He looks like a tournament stack right there, the way those chips are. Just can't get over that fact. Chris not unhappy with his current stack. He could add more to it, though. He's still down 1,000, but he has chipped up quite a few times. So we have no one putting chips in yet.
wow, first walk of the
Straddle
night.
walk.
Straddle walk.
Okay.
Fun game.
Yeah. Easy game.
Well, no, she does. No, she does. No, she does. No, she doesn't understand the basic, right?
Chris may be going for the 15-minute plus tableside chair massage at the moment. It is time for another round of drinks. Liven this game up a little bit.
No, I agree.
Still sitting over 100 viewers. We're thankful for that. Very happy you can join us and spend some time watching some cash game poker taking place in Daytona Beach. It's always fun to have a big pro in town. If you saw the stream last night and saw some of the incredible hands that were played and some of the sick reads by Chris Moneymaker, couple will live in infamy.
And, you know, that's one of the things that Tom Wheaton's company, Bud the Felt, does, and really that, again, Daytona Beach does so well, is that they want to bring the big names out here to play on stream. And, of course, just a month or two ago, I want to say, Matt Berkey was both playing cash games and ended up making a run to second place in a tournament here. And you guys are really willing to bring the names out. You want to get the attention to this section of the country when it comes to tournaments. And you just see that the growth, the investment, the strategy by people in this region of wanting to grow poker in the state of Florida.
And it's a great balance because you get a big name like Matt Berkey and now Chris Moneymaker. But part of Moneymaker's tour is to bring out the local and traveling player and make a name. Some of the exciting things they were able to do in their first stop and bring some success. Actually gave a player a chance to play quite a few other tournaments with their win. A lot of partners with the Moneymaker Tour. It's exciting. So whether it's a local or someone from out of town who wins this big $60,000, $80,000 first place, whatever it's going to be, it's great. Put them on a pedestal, build them up, and still get a big name to come back and put them at a cash table with them. Give them a little bit of funds to play with. Speaking of which, Chris
Chris is going to do this again, folks. He limp re-raised queens earlier the exact same way. He was in
and
the
same
small.
bet, made it 320.
Same bet. Look who has a read, folks. Write it down.
We'll get rid of the 5-7 suited. Kyle with the 9-6 suited is going to go out, but Todd's going to stay with King 10 of diamonds. We call this the classic 70-30 flip.
Say Todd is pretty low on the VPIP. He's just been sitting out for a bit, and he did lose a lot at the beginning, and so I feel like he had to stick around just to see something. It was 6-3 deuce, 2 spades here.
Little Omaha flop.
There we go. And now the turn. Oh, look at that beautiful ace of spades again.
So 3 spades out there and an overcard, but Chris is not going to be deterred. He's going to see where he's at here, put 300 out. He's going to take it down. And that was hand 51 of the evening. Chris right now has clawed back to just have a $600 loss. The numbers seem to be getting caught up here. Tom currently sitting at a $4,600 profit. Kyle down around 3,500. It shows Todd down around 3,900. Michael's stat, I'm going to skip. I think we had a glitch with his. Rex up 2,700. Sean down about 500. And Will about 750 up. Or down 6,300 from last night. But
So
that's
it's all
some weird
relative.
math.
You have to look at the whole picture. Michael, I think he's up 415 if his stack is correct. So again, you know, it is a. I've been in that position where you're up huge to start, and then you give it all back, and you're up just a little bit. I mean, what's going on? What are we doing? Giving Chris pocket pairs again and again.
Queens, jacks, what's next? Tens?
What's happening?
So him and Sean are going to the flop heads up. Ace tray for Sean, but the hooks for Moneymaker, and he's going to be good on a 6-6-10 board, 2 clubs. He's in position. He's going to fire half pot.
And this is interesting. You know, I was just going to make the comment at what Sean is the shortest here, and it's hard to make a move on somebody like Chris who just covers you by 3 or 4x and make a big play. But now in this situation might be the time to do it. Maybe. Of course, I say maybe if you want to try it. He does not.
That board doesn't really favor his holdings too much. Chris was in the lead the whole time, and he's going to get it through. Will is the button. Well, we see 20 here. Chat got kind of quiet. Wake up, chat. Talk to us. Smash, press, like, share, subscribe, all of the above. Tell a friend. Please remember we will be streaming a featured table on Sunday for quite a few hours, and the final table of the main event will be Monday. It'll be streamed in its entirety.
Love that.
Watching someone win upwards of 60, 70, 80,000 yet to be determined. This prize pool is going to blow up. 300K was the guarantee. We have 130 something in there right now, or well, I keep saying 130. I'm going to check my math here.
Kyle finds the 6s, and here's Michael again with a pretty 10-9 of hearts.
The prize pool currently sitting at 136,000 and change, so we're well on our way to crushing this 300K guarantee.
Makes the call, and Chris, of course, he's in there. He's got 2 cards, and so is Will. They both have a little bit of junk going on.
When you say 2 cards, it reminds me of Shane from last evening. Memories don't fade too well. Actually, Will has Chris's hand, the 5-4.
Bing bong. Kyle, middle set.
He's going to check there, try and get someone else to build a pot for him.
And Will, honestly, in these situations, has been the one to make the actions. This time he
He
lays
checks
down.
to try and get a free gutter there.
10 on the turn gives Chris second pair and Michael second pair. And Michael will call the bet of Kyle here. 3 clubs. Interesting texture.
Kyle fires 100 in a multi-way pot. Wonder if there's a little bit of pot control, hoping that his 100 will just slow everyone down.
It does not. It's everybody's still in, and you know Kyle feels decent, but you can't feel amazing. But this is interesting for Chris. Chris nails 2 pair on the river here. Kyle will bet again, and I think that is going to give him a call from Chris Moneymaker. Don't know if he's going to get it from Michael, but
I think Kyle has to bet here. I don't think checking's any good for him, so he puts 350 out there. I wonder what Michael's thinking here. Is this call or is this raise? Nope.
it have to feel it's called considering the hand. Now, yeah, I mean, how does Chris get here and not call the river when he hits 2 pair?
And that should make it easy for Will to get out.
Respectfully, I call that a little bit of a Hollywood from our friend Will.
I was wondering if you remembered he was still in the hand. 3 6s should be good here.
Ricky saying go Todd all the way. I'm a regular there and know him very well. Toddy.
Todd is a regular over in Daytona, playing lots of tournaments and dabbling in the cash streets. Always fun to see people making them make it on the stream.
Just outside of Memphis. Just trying to figure out how to get
Talking geography.
Anyone driving to Memphis this week?
What's that?
thought you lived in Las Vegas.
Does anyone actually live in Las Vegas, Alec, or do people just visit Las Vegas?
Well, I mean, if you are spending more than a week in Las Vegas, I think they call that surviving Las Vegas. I don't think they call that living.
If you're at the Rio, it's definitely trying to survive.
Yeah.
Well, no longer the Rio now. I guess we have a name change upcoming.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go to that casino in Memphis.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Buck and a quarter from Moneymaker with the ace tray off. Will with the queen jack suited.
Know when you're there, all right?
Pretty starting hand, but looks better than it plays. Tom with queen 4 on the straddle button. He's going to let that one go. And what do we know? Will and Chris are going to play a hand against each other.
Man, swear I haven't seen this before.
It looks like a dark 125. Or we just not pull the bets in.
This problem with you, Tom. I don't know.
No, it feels like it, yep. Will confirms it. It's a dark 125 from Chris.
I do that 10 times in one session. It's $50.
I don't play enough cash to understand what that means if you're trying to think, what does my opponent have with that dark 125?
And that is a gin card, really, for Will. He's not going to go anywhere now that he has the gutter to the straight flush and lots of things you can see up there. There's his potential outs.
Like
And
the whole world.
the whole world in his hands, folks. The river is a 6, and the whole world falleth out of his hands as he bricks the river.
Sometimes you have too many outs.
Sometimes you do. You know, the real boss move from Will there would have to been raising Chris's blind bet there. Chris does that a lot. What if you just raise him blind before we even see cards come out? That's a good question. That's a real power move, in my opinion.
Well, checking dark, I guess this is much more of a strength play. Compliments for the dealer. Dealers work really hard on these streams. I'm sure they appreciate all the love. The live 20 is on. Michael with the king 9 suited. Little raise coming here.
Ricky giving a shout out to our dealer, John. We've had some great dealers in the box tonight. No missed deals, anything like that. They're pitching 100.
Yeah, there you go. Michael just calls with the king 9 suited. Sean's going to play ace jack for a raise. Looks like a $1.15. Chris got out of the way. Can't play with that massage. It looked pretty in depth there. Will is not going to fold an ace right now. And Tom's getting a price with 10-9 off. Should we go in 4 ways to the flop here?
Yep, and
There it
Michael
is.
will finally put in that black chip.
4 players.
And 4 ways we go. 10, 4, 6. Tom with the best of it.
Will's thinking hard here.
Again, these are situations, as we've seen, and we're about to see it again, that Will, with nothing, has decided to take a stab multi-way, and it will not work out for him right now as Tom will make what he feels to be an easy call. And now that you've gotten it heads up, I just think that Tom is going to end up going all the way here, barring anything crazy to come on the turn, and that just only improves the outlook of his hand. Will does have a gutter now with a 5 and has an opportunity or maybe a reason to keep betting.
He doesn't want Tom to hit his 9. Or actually, he does want the 9. Excuse me. He wants Tom to get 2 pair. He's got, it looks like a double gutter. He's going to bet 350.
It's 450.
Time for a Red Bull for the commentator.
It's all right. It's hard to see. Well, At 450 here, you just almost never see a world. You almost feel like this is a raising look from Tom, because you just don't see a world in which Tom is ever leaving. Wait, he let it go. Tom let it go. And Will's going to scoop that one. And I do not think Tom is going to be very pleased with himself when he finds out what happens. Will shows the 7.
Kudos for naming my
Man, oh man. I'm really surprised by that, Ryan. Will gets away with one there. Just again, he worked it out. He decided to fire flop into 3 people. Fires turn and gets some credit from Tom. I think Will, for the most part, has kind of had his number tonight.
Tom's also protecting the stack he's built. So we're looking at a dealer change here, maybe a double board bomb pot. We'll let them decide. Looks like they're anteing up. We got a question about the satellite. Yes, there is a satellite tomorrow. It is $186. It's at 4 p.m. and we're guaranteeing 3 seats in that satellite. 3 $1,500 seats up for grabs. That is at 4 p.m. You can buy directly in for $1,500 into the main tomorrow at noon or Saturday at noon. You will get 40-minute blinds, 40,000 chips in this main event. Very deep structure. And day 2 and 3 go to 60-minute blinds. Day 3 will be a live stream final table to completion. Day 2 will also have a feature table stream. You might find yourself on one of those streams if you buy in, or if you're one of the lucky people still playing tonight. Roughly 20 players left, playing down to 13 this evening.
Sorry.
The last time we had a double board bomb pot, we were all in for a lot of money, and it was Will and Tom who ended up splitting one up. We had a quarter earlier. That was between Todd and Chris Moneymaker, and Todd really ended up having 2 absolutely worst case scenario river cards come off. So we've checked so far. Will check with Queen Jack, and we're filling up the room, and nobody likes their hand, at least right now. Turn card gives at least Will the open ender on the top board you see on our screen, as well as Rex having a queen. So far the leader in the clubhouse is Sean, who will bet 75. And it looks to be getting through a decent number of people. Some backdoor stuff here for Kyle, who has the second nut flush draw on bottom with that gutter to go with it, and a pair, and so many things. Everything. The dog, the cat,
They just released Trump's
the baby.
they sent it to me.
4 of us still around. River
Make
cards.
sure that's legit, but it looks like it.
Pairs both boards. And what it looks to be, if I'm seeing this right, we've got,
Queen Jack.
this is a interesting little,
Well, the jacks each
yeah.
have jacks and 10s with a king kicker.
so Kyle and Will will be chopping the top board, so they'll get a quarter, and then it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it's maybe, was that Tom getting the other part?
Yeah, weird camera angle for us too, so
They'll figure that out.
yeah. Half one way and a quarter another way. First time we had all 8 players go a street on that bomb pot.
Yeah.
Those are interesting. They can play pretty crazy. Even crazier in an Omaha game where the equities play pretty loose, pretty close.
You know, so far there is beginning to be casinos built in Nebraska, but you cannot play Omaha in Omaha. That's tragic. I think it's a miscarriage of justice, Ryan, honestly, and I hope that changes.
Maybe you can change the wording. Now they have Dramaha and other variants.
That's true.
going
Oh,
on.
don't get me started, buddy. Shout out to Robbie Straczynski, who taught me all those games. Dramaha. The one I don't like is there's Dramaha Blackjack and Dramaha 49. Ooh, those are silly, silly games.
I met Robbie this summer at the Festival of Mixed Games. Very nice time over at Resorts.
Oh, yeah.
We'd love to get Robbie in some mixed games on the East Coast, and Daytona and Orange City could be great locations for those in the future. I know he's always looking to grow his lifestyle card player brand. Good guy over there, Robbie.
Yeah, he's great. I'll have to let him know that you said that. I'm sure he'll be interested. Again, he's run, you know, just like I said, these grassroots efforts from different people in the community. Love to see it. Love to see mixed games growing. And honestly, I got to give him credit. He reignited my love of poker just from finding new games and new ways to play.
Mixed games are coming. They're going to be everywhere. Mixed games are big, and it's great to have someone as passionate about it as him. There's Michael flopping gin
Bingo
against top
against
two.
two pair.
Top two and gin, and Moneymaker is going to fire out backdoor flush with his pair of aces. Backdoor straight draw as well, but Michael's got the current nuts.
And it makes sense to raise once you see a bet and a call. Looks to be to either 7 or 900. It's 900.
That should get Chris out. Maybe Kyle jams and we see a run it twice scenario here.
Kyle has been in some really difficult positions tonight. It has just not been his night on stream.
If he puts Michael on a flush draw, as a jam here makes sense?
That's a good question. I mean, it's very possible for Michael to have a flush draw. I believe there was a similar scenario in which he tabled a flush draw after raising. Maybe it was against Tom. My memory might be fading of the night.
And best case scenario for Kyle is maybe he has an ace-king, you know, pair, gutter type hand, if not a flush draw. Definitely don't want to be against the set, but tough decision. I don't think this is a call decision. This is a raise or get out decision.
And he will make the correct fold. Great laydown by Kyle. I mean, it's doesn't ever feel good or look fancy to, you know, end up folding, but he has made the correct fold there once again. It doesn't feel good in the moment, but should get a lot of respect from chat, I hope.
Definitely. Great lay down there. A couple great lay downs last night. It's really good for us and for chat to see poker at that level. Those decisions are tough. I don't envy people in those positions. I usually make the wrong decision, hence I'm sitting here. Not that you've made the wrong decision.
Oh, no, trust me.
You had no plans on being here tonight, and we're lucky and humble to have you here tonight,
That's
Alec.
right.
It's
I
been
appreciate
a pleasure.
Thanks for handing over the reins.
It's better than sweating Tom all night, I guess. So thanks for being here.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite hands. That's the birthday backwards.
Oh.
I'm a 9-10 guy. Will with the 9-10 suited. Kyle 8-7 off. Todd 6 deuce suited. We saw low suited clubs earlier.
And the chat is now catching up. $90 Man 82, great fold and getting some love from the chat.
Definitely a big fold for Kyle. If when the stream comes through, Kyle's down a little bit, but he can be happy with that fold and how he played the hand when he gets to see the replay.
Checks through as Will now catches two pair. Kyle with an open ender. 50 and a call and a fold to fold.
Small pot here, 200-ish.
Ooh, well, 7 ball on the river might just make this check because Kyle has bottom two. Bottom two.
And
Oh,
someone
no.
folded the 6.
Well, check call and well, Will's gonna end up winning an extra $100. That was an interesting spot there from I think it was Kyle that ended up betting, but of course Will almost beating him to the pot after the bet.
So Rex is going to put the 20 on, I believe. Looks like Michael put the 10 up and Rex is on for 20. I wonder if they know they're straddling Mr. Moneymaker's big blind there. Chris absentmindedly makes it 10. He's like, wants to change it to a 5-10 game. Let's get this game out of the muck. Sean's going to be first since Rex is the straddle. Sean out of the small blind, ace-6 suited in clubs. And he's going to bump it up to 75. That gets Chris out.
Well worth playing, very openable even from early position here.
And Will has a playable hand from his spot.
I think any spot with which Will would be, I think he thinks he has a playable hand.
Will's VPIP is definitely catching up. Him and Chris are in the lead, and Will may surpass him by the end of this. Will's not afraid to splash.
It's 56 to 48 in favor of Chris. 4 of us. Another board. 10, 4, 3. Will again catching a lot of this. He's got maybe backdoor straight, but he's got the flush draw right now. And nobody courageous enough to bet. Ace on the turn will give Sean top pair, and he will simply check it. Will's happy to oblige with the check as well. And of course, the person with whom you would least expect to bet in the pot does so again in the form of Michael betting 225.
Sean's hand should be pretty transparent here. He did raise pre-flop, so just calling here is a little strange. You would think that he'd put a raise in here in case he's up against a draw. You want to price him a little bit.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, I'm surprised than not. You wonder if Will just didn't think he would get paid. River here gives that and a quick bet for Michael. You see how quick that bet was? Sean checks, and Michael makes a quick bet.
I think Sean's sniffing that out.
Yeah, I think
quick.
Sean is right away. Well done by Sean. I mean, Michael, I don't even know if he counted how many chips he threw out there.
That definitely was a little too quick. Sean kind of sniffed that out. Why so fast?
Well done, Sean. Gaining a little bit back, and now we can say that Sean is positive on the evening. Again, taking a look at this, Michael's not down that much. He's about even now for the night, but everybody else's totals, we believe, are correct. Tom, still the big winner, has been finding the right positions and playing smart. His VPIP is right in the middle of things here. Rex up $2,500, won a little bit earlier and has just been chilling out. Will, somehow, some way, is up $700, and the rest, of course, Kyle and Todd are the big losers. Still plenty of time to go here. We got at least another hour.
Yeah, we've played 60 hands. A lot of action so far. This was a 500 minimum, 3K max, 5-5 game. The double straddle's been on for 20 most of the hands here. Sent a bunch of double board bomb pots as well in the dealer changes.
Got some love here in the chat for Sean. Local, go mighty UCF 9. Got a lot of UCF graduates around these parts. Of course, Tom, a UCF graduate.
Anytime you're at a sporting event and they do the national anthem, you do hear Knights, which is always fun. Yep. UCF, great in football, women's soccer, a lot of things going on at UCF. So the 6-4 off, going to see the flop here, Queen 7 off, but we have King Jack and Ace Tray suited. Ace does flop, giving Kyle the best hand currently with Ace Tray of Hearts.
I expect this to be 1, 2, 3 folds.
Yeah, I don't think
out.
Sean can stay in even, well, for 40 bucks.
For 40 bucks, I changed my mind. I think
40
I would call.
bucks is 40 bucks. And I thought Will folded. That'd be a weird float. Wow.
Wow. Not gonna lie, I pointed at the screen jokingly, folks, and the 4 showed up.
I'm not gonna say he willed it, but he Sean'd it.
Kyle has just been on a rough outing, and here comes a raise. So we don't have the total yet. I'm assuming Kyle bet maybe something like, 100. I'm going to guess. We see a raise to 325 and a call.
Kyle's gonna need a 5 here.
So
Ace or Tray.
Our
Nope.
tracker's behind a little bit here, folks. So it
The
is
4 fell
a
off.
jack of diamonds on the river. It does go check, and Sean will win the hand. So Sean getting some extra value thanks to the turned 4. And again, Kyle has just not had a lot of it.
Yep. Fell a little behind there once again with the artificial unintelligence. I'm gonna trademark that. I like that. I don't think Elon Musk would like that.
No.
This is definitely not a 15-minute massage. I think we may lose the rotation. I think like Chris is going to monopolize future massages the rest of the evening here.
Yeah, I was going
to
to say, how long has he been having a massage? Because we were talking about who it's passing to. Apparently it's passing to nobody. Apparently he's been getting massage for, I don't know, an hour now? My man wanted a long massage.
On my tracker's behind.
Yeah.
So we're looking to get the tracker back on track. They did switch out the card, the decks. Potentially the 4 spades might have ended up being dead there, and we're doing that just to be sure. We'll catch up on the action tracker, and I'll try to keep you on the correct road for as long as possible. Again, looking like a straddle is on here. We see Sean making a call. I believe Tom is in there. And Chris is going to add on top of it a black chip to make it 120.
Mr. Moneymaker?
Yep, they're working on getting this caught up.
Chris Moneymaker? I did.
Tom slowly puts the black chip on top of his 4 red chips, and Sean, who has been on a nice little streak here, will make the call as well. Again, we'll keep you updated. But we're 3-handed. It's going to be, well, we made a call here. So I think, yeah, they're taking a little break as they realize that the action tracker is behind out there. But we are 3-handed in this particular hand. It's Chris, Sean, and Tom as they get this caught up, and the dealer rakes in the chips.
It's a guessing game for the people watching. It's good. Yeah, right.
J Money about to drive there so I can get a massage I want next. 5-3 deuce. Again, folks, the action tracker, what's on screen is not correct. We don't know everybody's hands. It is Tom, Sean, and Chris. The turn card is going to be the, looks to be the 8 of hearts. Disregard the action tracker for now. Believe Tom has made a bet, and it goes full fold. So really, what action was there to track, folks? Pretty standard takedown for Tom Wheaton, and now looks like we've got things in a better spot.
Yeah, a little bit of glitch when that 4 came out on the turn, and then it showed the 4 disappear. Maybe the computer doesn't like 4s. That's okay. Chance for me to stretch. So what's going on in chat? 118 viewers still with us. Thank you very much. Almost 3 hours live right now. Very humbling and thankful to have you all watching. How's the tournament going? Last I checked, there were under 20 players, but playing to 13. I can give you a quick update here. My fabulous Bravo Live app. Moneymaker main event. Let me see. 27 players remaining, excuse me, and they are going to be bagging at 13 this evening. The satellite did give out the 4 seats or 3 seats this evening. One more satellite tomorrow at 4 p.m. You can get in for $186 and win a 1,500 seat.
Those satellites were beating the guarantees on that. Had a few extra seats as well added. Satellite successful, the main successful.
If you're driving to get a massage, you're going to be in line behind Chris Moneymaker, and he's probably going to just buy anytime you want. So
hey, you might be buying me too. I mean, if Chris wants to buy any time for me, I'll gladly accept.
Got to check the massage situation over in Orange City, because it looks like Chris is monopolizing that tonight.
It's unfair. He monopolizes the big pocket pairs. He monopolizes the massages and the names on his tour. I mean, what else can Chris Moneymaker get at this point, you know? Man, next he's just going to win the main event or something like that. Gosh.
It's been a while since they've had a 2-time main event winner.
Joe Cotta, of course, famously the closest, I believe, of anybody
Okay.
in the most recent era.
Go back to when Moneymaker won. You had Action Dan Harrington made the final table 2 years in a row. Look at that accomplishment. And then Newhouse did it a few years ago.
And look at that, folks. If you wanted any of my poker tips, it's to play 5-3, because you know what? 5-3 hits flops. Michael has flop trips here. Unfortunately, he's going to get no value, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't play it again and again.
Yeah, you needed Will to have a 4 there, but that's how it goes. Got some alcohol advice in chat. Yeah, definitely need these players to be drinking a little bit. Maybe Rex has a shot or 2 hidden in that bucket hat. Don't be surprised.
Looks like there's some room. Again, I like it. I like the thought. I think, you know, so many times, you know, I like it as a production person, because guess what? There's not going to be that big shadow over Rex's head either. It's like you get to wear a hat, but it's not going to create a shadow where we can't see your face. And photographers, thank you. You know what? The world of poker thanks you tonight, Rex, for your bucket hat wearing decision.
Yeah. What about the other 3?
Michael's going to call the straddle with the 10-8 suited. Rex with the ace-king suited elects just to call. Sean gets out of the way with 8-6 off. Chris with queen deuce suited is in. Will can't fold, 7 tray, and Tom's going to check Doyle. First time I think I've seen Doyle tonight.
King, deuce, queen. Oh, brother, this is bad news for Rex. Chris with bottom 2 here.
Well
Again,
disguised also.
really well disguised, and really Rex has not been playing too much. His VPIP has dropped a little bit, and he's been limping a lot of hands. I mean, currently this might not be correct, but it has his pre-flop raise at 1% tonight.
He also has a weird sizing. He likes to bet a little bit bigger than pot. He just put 150 in there into, I think the pot was 110.
9 of diamonds on the turn, and that will give Rex the nut flush draw.
How many times have you bluffed me? 3?
This is going to be an action-packed turn, I believe.
I'd love to see an all-in and run it twice, but he's going to check here. Chris is going to put a bet in. 400 pot and just under pot. Looks like 375.
You have to feel that Rex is going to potentially raise here. Just, I mean, there's merits for calling. You have the nut flush draw. You're not really worried about protecting your equity. You have top pair. I totally see those reasons for calling, but also you just want to get some value now with what you could believe is the best hand.
Remember, he's got that tournament background, so raising here is in his repertoire, but he's going to pot control a little bit.
Chooses call. I think either decision is correct. And we're going to see a big river.
It was fucking insane.
It's a queen. So that will give
It's running minus EV and then there's
Rex 2 pair with the ace kicker, and that's a full house for Mr. Moneymaker.
I think he verbalized 500. No, 1,000. Nearly a pot-sized bet, giving Rex 2 to 1.
Tough spot here for Rex. He's grabbing those black chips, and you know, especially when you're sitting out this much and you hit this type of hand, you feel like the queen is not bad, but it is. Chris Moneymaker wins a big one.
Queen's full. Rex giving away some of his profit there, and that should put Chris in the good for the evening. And it does. Chris now up 1,000 for the night. Rex up 1,000 himself, but that definitely swung in Chris's direction. Currently sitting at 7K in his stack, just under. Tom at 6,500. So those are your 2 current big stacks at the game. Tom still 4,200 to the good.
how you win the World Series.
Little reminder, everybody, of their stacks. We haven't shown this in a while, but that's what everybody's playing with right now.
Yeah, the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's a 5-5 game with normally ends up being 10-20 double straddle.
And very deep stack, as you can tell by our tournament stat. Big blinds in play, but the blinds don't go up, so the big blinds in play is kind of a funny stat, as chat reminded me last evening. But hey, any data is good data.
A fun little hand, 5-4 clubs for Michael here, out of the big. And he will limp it in. Rex will follow up behind with the 6-3 of diamonds, another fun one. And Chris Moneymaker will do it with the wacky 6-3 off.
Will not knowing he has the best hand. King 8.
Yeah. And here's Doyle again, and I feel Tom cannot go away. And here's about to come what I believe to be either, well, it could be a check if he wants to take this to a flop, or it's going to be a big raise.
Big squeeze.
Big squeeze is the answer.
Verbalized his bet again. I've seen Kyle verbalize his bet when he has some strength.
Well, very quick calls from Michael and Rex, not going anywhere.
Both of those have both those guys have hands where Kyle has a big pair. Those are the hands they want.
And so is Chris Moneymaker with the 6-3 offsuit.
Of course.
Tom gets out of the way, and here we go.
He lived in with the 10
I think Tom's cards might have flipped up. The 10 deuce may have shown there, or at least one of the 10s.
The correct one, 10-2 off.
Yep, so his hands did get revealed. It's King 5-7 here, and well, look at this. So Rex and Chris both share a gutter. Michael has a pair and backdoor flush, and Kyle will be value betting here.
Everybody has a little bit of something or potential.
It's not a lot of something, but Michael has the most of not a lot of something.
Kyle might not have bet enough here.
Of course, Chris with the somehow the worst of it here is still in.
Well, he's playing his profit.
Rolling it up, and a 3 comes off on the turn. We've got 2 flush draws out there. One of them is now Michael's. And here we go. This is a unique line here from Chris. Maybe sensing that Kyle might not be as strong as I would say he actually is here. This is a very good hand in this situation, and Kyle will call. Now what is Michael going to do? He's got a pair. He's got a flush draw. That beautiful, beautiful feeling. And he's not going anywhere either. Another big pot brewing, 2,800 in the middle.
If you're Kyle, what card do you want to see on this river?
I don't know if there is one you want to see. It's a 6, and that will give Michael the best hand. The flush draw on the front comes in. It goes check, check. And that makes sense. It checks down, honestly. Michael ends up, of course it makes sense. I think there is a little bit of like a what. Michael checks after front door flush comes in. You're not feeling amazing when it runs out like that. I think that's a completely standard check almost by Michael out of position.
And Kyle shows the king, and Chris shows the second best hand.
So, yeah, I had the best hand by far. And I did
But I was gonna
12
win.
out.
Get some free commentary by Kyle.
12 out, 4 5 with something.
I was gonna win. 4 5
About Hayes.
Who does that? Who actually does that?
About right.
You know?
I was
I'd
gonna move all in
offended.
on the river though.
I was calling, not on that one, but different ones I call.
The different ones is the one I was gonna move all in with. So.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sounds about right.
I'm just glad it was a spade. If it was if it was a 6 of clubs or diamonds, then
Mike could still do it.
I would have done it.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have the best hand except for Byers. Byers is the wild card. I know he's down there too.
Buyers would be seat 4. That's Michael. Things not going Kyle's way this evening.
Nah, I mean, he's a good player. He's made some great laydowns tonight. Just really, the run bad is over in his seat tonight. And here's Michael with pocket 5s and Rex. Here's that beautiful ace king again, and I expect it to be bumped up. It is bumped up large to 175. Again, the straddle on in Todd's position, who we haven't heard from in a minute. Sean folds. It will see a call of Jack-9 offsuit from Will.
We know Byers is calling.
And of course, Michael's been very apt to call as well. Michael's VPIP has been going up tonight. 3 ways to the flop. 10-8-7, and Will flops the straight.
And it's pretty hidden.
It's very hidden. Decides to call the Jack-9 off after the 3-bet from Rex and absolutely smokes it. And Rex will follow through with a bet of $400. Big bet. Assuming that it was going to be $555 in the middle before the bet. That's a huge bet in the context of the pot. And we see a raise to 1,000 here. And I don't know if Rex can even stick around at this point. I think it's just an unfortunate spot where he got caught. Fortunate situation there for Will, and his profit continues to climb. And he's going to add another bit to his stack. He was in quite a bit of a hole earlier on tonight and has dug himself out of it, and he's a 4-figure winner right now, up $13.55.
When I won the bad beat pot.
And Tom is over there sipping his Heineken, the classic green bottle, and enjoying himself because he's up 4,200 now. Please, Tom, take the Heineken off the belt. Thank
A little product placement there, the way he spun that after his Coors Light.
Yeah, he's a detail guy, but
I see some sugar-free Red Bulls. Definitely time to re-energize on the dealer change. I haven't heard Bomb Pot yet.
I lost my biggest ever.
oh yeah, let's see. They're collecting the time rate, but I see the green chips going out there. It looks like we're going to do it.
The last few dealer changes have gone through quick.
Yeah.
Time is flying, unless you're Kyle and Todd.
86,000.
Possibly Michael, but we think Michael may actually not be down what our
No, after that, so
reports say.
I think it's funny enough. I think it's almost kind of opposite. I think so. Michael, if we believe he's bought in for 3, he's up about 1840 now. So
Okay.
Michael is a winner. If he started at 3K, we believe with that stack, I don't believe he's added on.
Who's the winner? Mikey's the winner. That's a movie before your time as well, Alec. That's okay.
Yeah.
Someone
That
in
one-
chat probably
sorry.
appreciated that. That's okay.
Gen Z went over my head.
Every time I make a lame joke, we lose 20 in the chat, so I'm just going to...
Yeah, look, I looked over, dipped down to 98. Damn.
Well, how much is it?
That's right. People have been sticking around for a while tonight.
No, it's been fun, and we do thank everyone for tuning in. And we will have 2 more streams this weekend. Sunday will be a feature table stream, and Monday will be the final table. So, 10-6 ace, all hearts on top, 9-8 ace on the bottom. We're starting to see the hands here. Rex with the ace-jack suited.
He was first to act, and he has top pair on both. Chris Moneymaker, though, has 2 pair on 1. He'll make the call, and Will has a flush. Now, it's not an amazing flush, and he does end up calling. I do feel like raising would be kind of an action killer and probably not the best use. You feel like you're maybe only getting called by better in this spot. So I think calling is completely fine. Doesn't really have anything on the bottom, too. That's the other consideration. Will is pretty much locked up for half of the pot now, but only really the half. He does have a gutter. He could drill one of the 6s left to scoop it all.
Rex way behind on both, but he's looking at chips. What did we do here?
It's looking like at least 400. I mean, he's stacking up a lot of greens. He's got 1475 left. He's all in for 1475, and he's in last place. And Chris has a decision as well if he even wants to see this one out, considering he's in the same position. He's really only got a lock on 1 board, assuming he's even good on the 1 board that he has.
Definitely a tough spot for Chris. I'd love to hear what he's thinking.
I would love for you to show one, yes.
Sure.
We got,
Go ahead.
we got 2 people in the hand.
The last thing you want to do is show anything.
Can't offer that and then take it back, bro.
All of us, show one.
I'll show one. I'm happy to show
I
one.
don't think we can do that.
Yeah, we can. We can all show one. It's our money. We do what we want. You show one first. I'll show one. And then you
I'll show one.
Yeah, me too.
Not this time.
All right.
Rex backed off. Chris almost expertly convincing Rex again to show a card, but I think that's smart. Rex does need to. He's all in. Let him pay for it. He's gonna get a caller here, but unfortunately, it's going to be the wrong person.
What is it, like 14?
It's exactly 13, I think.
Now I'm wondering what cards they would have shown. I guess Will shows the 7 of hearts. Possible straight on top and possible flush
Imagine
on the
he,
bottom.
imagine he shows the deuce.
Well,
that would be hilarious.
that'd be better for us.
Yeah.
Rex wouldn't show a jack. Well, I guess he could. I don't know what the point of it is.
Oh, check me out. I'm $10 out. 13-10. Dealer's eye. Never lose it.
13, 10.
Oh boy, Chris. And hold on. So this is interesting again. So Chris has made the call, and Will has just said the F word followed by me.
We go verbal dump button here because we don't have an actual button yet. First dump button that I recall tonight.
This is insane. Is this some sort of sell?
Is Will about to make a huge laydown?
You just called Chris.
I did.
Chat feeling the pain that Will's feeling.
Well, this is so interesting. I mean, like you said, just the butterfly effect. Chris calling, knowing that Will is only good on 1.
This is
Yeah.
I'm gonna fold. Can I leave the cards here?
Just fold them up. It doesn't matter. We're all in.
He's folded. Will has folded
They might be
the
important
biggest
round.
equity hand, and that now means that Chris has equity to win both halves. The top is a 10, so he will not win the top, but he has the bottom. Wow, and he is going to be beside himself, Will.
He might be
had
too
it one of those.
sheepish to even show.
He does end up showing it. I mean, you don't blame him. When you're only good on 1, you just feel like, well, what if I'm good on none? I mean, there's so many flush combinations that beat him.
That's the 5 of hearts. Obviously, I'm not folding.
as he says
I
that,
feel like
it's
I
5
could
of
be dead.
hearts.
My flush could be dead at least in one spot.
I wasn't happy calling 8-9, but
You can write a whole book on double board bomb pots, and they're still so virgin in Florida. People
Yeah.
are still learning daily. What do I do in these bomb pot situations? And you know, you're playing one every dealer change if you choose to do it. And it could be a disaster. We've seen a heads-up one. We've seen an 8-way, you know, flop gets through. I mean, it's just so much can happen with one card. He has a 6 for a straight on the other board with his flush. Doesn't know it.
You know, and that's the benefit of playing the other, you know, sort of mixed games, because when you play other mixed games, especially some like the low, some of these other split pot games, you start to become really, in those games, every single bet is important. Even though if it's just a limit game, you're literally thinking, how can I save a bet sometimes? Okay, what is the value of this one bet? Do I need to raise? Should I raise? Or should I just fold and save this one bet? And that sort of attitude in these double board bomb pots, the relative hand strength, even if you have a flush on one board, as Will did, it's only one board. It's only half of the pot. It really...
And he could be stone dead.
It could be stone dead. 0%, never winning, lighting his money on fire. And that is the type of stuff that you see in mixed games all the time.
We should use that for this.
Well, they tell you never play for one half. You play for the scoop, and you know sometimes just playing the low backing into a high is the best strategy. Picking up action here with a flush draw with Tom on the turn. Board is paired queens. Sean currently with queens and 8s is going to be holding the best hand. Tom's going to see his equity through. I'm going to get Michael to fold.
My license down here.
Rex got a huge lifeline on that. He's going to call with just his 5s, queens and 5s. And Sean's going to be winning with queens and 8s, depending on what happens betting-wise here. Tom missed everything. It's on him to represent a queen here. Picking up a large amount of chips here, 400 to a 630 pot.
I like this from Tom. I think it might have a shot of working. Oh, well, I guess a shot of working is relative, because Rex could end up calling with the second best hand and getting the person you wanted to fold, but you still lose.
Correct.
Oh no, you were, weren't you? You're taking things out of no? You never seen that?
Nick Grace says he loves bomb pots, and you got to come down here then. That's where they've got him. We've got him here. And the strategy is definitely mind-bending.
And not folding 7 deuce of hearts. Who would have thought?
And so Rex ends up kind of thinking and folding, and Sean might do the same thing here. It's tough because his kicker's not great, but it's a queen or nothing is what it feels like. Hard to think that Tom, depending on the action, Tom just called, and Sean was the initial raiser, and Sean makes the correct call and will win the pot.
Not a lot of hands make sense there.
Yeah, just
Sean
not
sniffs
too
that
much
out.
that really makes sense for you to be beat by, even if you have a worse kicker. So
I give
good
Tom
call.
heart for making that bet. Just didn't work out. Busted flush draw for Tom, and he's going to console himself with a meal. Went from massage to beer to food, and Chris, the massage therapist, has moved on to the right arm, making her way closer to Sean, but we might time out for Sean here.
I was going to say, I think we're going to be out of stream time by the time Chris Moneymaker's done with his massage. Unfortunate for the rest of the table who maybe want an opportunity to get one. So. Of course, what Will is showing, we talked about this the other night, he's showing the clip of Joel Brunson during one of the high-stakes poker episodes making fun of Phil Ivey for one of his full tilt commercials, one of the classic moments in televised poker. Of course, the absence of Joel Brunson at this year's World Series of Poker was definitely felt. Godfather of poker. You know, there are just certain people that, I want to say that Doyle lived a life that not many people will ever be able to live again. I mean, just nobody will live the life from the eras of very much cowboy, western, dangerous poker where you could get shot at the table, to playing in the boom and grow up of poker and being a legend of the game.
How about being drafted by the Lakers also?
That too. I
The
mean,
Minneapolis Lakers before they were the LA
almost
Lakers.
going to the NBA before they were the real Lakers. I don't think many people are going to live a life like that, and at the same time, it almost doesn't feel real when they do leave us. They're a legend. They still feel present because you just know that they're around, and he has definitely been missed. Hard to believe.
Rex is going to bet his flush. He's got Sean to fold his 2-pair. Now it's on Will with 2-pair.
I just told him I threw him under the bus.
I'll tell you my Doyle quote in a second. That's one of my favorites. Will's got a decision here.
Oh shit, they worked.
Pretty sure Rex bet 300 into a 330 chip pot, so definitely
No, artichokes in the
sized up.
avocados in it were even. At least they had healthy stuff.
Doyle Brunson on high stakes or one of the shows tries to bluff Ted Forrest, doesn't fold, and Doyle famously says, "Should have known better than to bluff an idiot." And Ted just looks at him dumbfounded, and years later Doyle kind of apologized sheepishly, but he said, "Should have known better than to bluff an idiot." Ted Forrest, known for not being an idiot, great stud player, hasn't made the Hall of Fame because they only take one player a year in at this point. But one of my favorite Doyle quotes. Actually, Dewey Tomko, a great friend of the Brunson family, is a regular of ours in Orange City and in Daytona, and actually spoke at the Horseshoe and did his video with Phil Hellmuth, which got a lot of traction. It was a little tribute to Doyle. Great stories from Dewey and definitely some legends. Doyle will surely be missed. One of the last of the old guard. Johnny Moss was first, and Doyle. It's Chip Reese, obviously, many years ago. Great pillars that built this poker. They're on the Mount Rushmore poker, and honestly, Chris Moneymaker should be right there, because without his name in 2003, I don't know if we have this boom that led to where we're at today. So that Mount Rushmore poker is tough to put on there, but there's some names that definitely have an argument to be on there, and Moneymaker is right there.
Absolutely well said. Bottom set here for Sean against Michael with pocket tens, who's probably going to like his hand. Sean, by the way, folks, has been steadily, he was a short stack for a while, but he's up 13-10, and he's going to be up a lot more here potentially in a moment. Michael betting 225. We see a raise to 450, just a min raise, it looks like. Oh, 550, pardon me, missing one black. And Michael kind of getting a look at his stack, but Sean has been playing well. Benefactor finally have a couple good hands. He made some good calls, as the chat was Nick and Jay Money saying that he's in the zone.
And Michael asked him the question about the chips, and Sean answered, so Michael did get something verbal out of him.
But still makes the call, and it's hard to say you want to fold. He has a heart as well. Ace ball on the turn might end up being bad for Sean in the context of the hand. He doesn't know that. He thinks it might be good, but in this case, it's probably going to get Michael to fold if he chooses to bet here.
I think he should check here and get Michael to fire river, but he is going to bet, probably take it down.
Again, it makes sense considering you think that's a good card considering Michael calling the raise, but this ended up being bad in this spot.
Michael's got to think, what bluffs does he have here?
And well, he's not going away yet. Doesn't mean he won't, but I'm interested to see him thinking about this.
Pretty starting hand, but you don't beat much.
Does eventually. Let it go.
Definitely.
It's Queens.
No.
It's queens.
The ace of hearts.
Might be nine.
The ace of hearts in this hand.
I feel like it was upset.
They're all wrong. They're all wrong. Chat knows. 444.
I ain't doing.
Anyone shows face.
Up, Chris is now going to get some kind of pretzel twist action here.
Had a
He's
pair
doing
bigger
that.
than that, smaller than kings, and a heart in it.
I have a feeling Tom's doing a yoga pose in the corner. We just can't see it.
Yeah. Chris is getting the Naruto stretch. There's a reference that I can make that you won't know, maybe.
Yeah, no, you're going to do
Yeah.
Vinland Saga or something else crazy next.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk out the side of my mouth.
My goodness.
10 tray. Will.
Sometimes that ace costs you.
Maybe he played a 10 tray earlier. I think he might have an affection for 10 tray, but not right now.
He's in a small blind Moneymaker straddling button.
Oh, unfortunate that Tom, away from the table, had ace queen.
Fortunate for Kyle, who's able to raise them with King Jack. And Michael just gave some chips away, so he's going to battle for those back with his Jack tray suited.
And for the 19th time tonight, Chris Moneymaker has 10-8 suited.
I have one arm right now. She's just ripping my body.
Your stat tracking is probably better than what we're working with. So we are 3 ways to the flop.
A little
King Jack.
exaggerated, too, to be fair.
That's okay.
And, ooh, how about another action board?
Spades, gutter, pairs. Oh, my.
Now we just need bears.
Yeah. Saw where I was going with that. Kyle is going to bet here, trying to control it. Chris is going to pop it up. After Michael calls, Chris has a ton of equity here without a pair right now.
And think about this. I believe Tom had a spade as well. He may have had the ace of spades.
He did have a spade, ace queen. One was black for sure.
One was black. So, and just imagine Tom being in this pot. Kyle will make a fold after the raise with top pair and a spade. That's, look, again, you know, maybe it's a little tight, but it ends up being, could end up being a good decision. He had
The way
best
he's been
hand there.
running, he's got to just go with his feels. And
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a rough night for Kyle across the board.
Chris definitely has to put chips in here. 600.
Betting units.
And again, this is a rough situation for the Jack 3, who's now kind of, the kicker is irrelevant.
Well, he's kind of playing Chris right now. Like, these guys do have this history. I don't know. What kind of scare card can Michael even get Chris to fold
Ace
on?
of spades on the river.
I
Would
think-
you look at that?
I think Michael should fire here, but Chris is going to take it down. Big raise. Nope, he checks.
Show the bluff. Show it immediately.
There's no bluff.
There's no bluff.
We had this on the box.
That's the 8 of spades. Turn it.
Oh, that's a good card to show.
Oh, I guess right. 50% chance. Oh, Chris had to ruin his massage, and JT, the dealer, kind of short pushed him there. Kind of rude. Chris being rude and selfishly taking a massage therapist for the last hour or so.
I was actually not hoping for a spade.
Nick Grace and Jay Money, thank you for the compliments. Great commentating for the both of us. The ace hurt the action earlier. We appreciate you and everybody who was watching. Again, still steady around 99, 100 viewers watching all throughout this, and we're glad you stuck around. Remember, folks, we've got Twitter right down below. There's our Twitch, there's our YouTube, Facebook. Follow us and like us everywhere, and keep up to date. Like Ryan said earlier, there's plenty more streams coming in the next few days while the Moneymaker Tour wraps up. Some more tournaments, maybe a little more cash potentially, but going to be some tournament feature tables coming in the next few days.
Someone will be winning a very large prize on Monday. Could be you. It was nice to see Tom's eyes brighten a little bit when the fresh set of Faded Spade cards were introduced on the table just now. Tom
right,
Wheaton, the
folks.
founder of Faded Spade.
The preferred playing card of Daytona Beach and the Moneymaker Tour, and you can get them at fadespade.com.
Inside information, maybe you know, Tom showed me a card that'll be available on the website for consumer purchase later this year that are pretty fancy, pretty good Christmas gifts.
That's right.
I might have got some cards from Tom myself today.
Going to be a special type of.
I'm not going to say any more. Alec, whatever you want to leak out, that's on you
Yeah, I
and
mean,
Tom.
I can leak because I think it's been leaked, but they are called Faded Spade Midnight. And if you're looking for a little bit of a different look to your home games, they are black plastic with white and red faces this time. If you want to change it up, if you want to change the look of your cards, well, Faded Spade is the new look of cards. And this is just another way they're making a new look for poker in general. It's heads up between Michael and Rex. Nobody hits this.
When I leave here, I won't
Very
pick up
standard
anymore about,
raise from Michael, and this might just be a bet. Take it.
because you're going to lose it, right?
It is.
I see you in the chat, David. Thanks for checking in. Get you on one of these tables eventually, maybe in the 4-card variant. Alec Rome and Ryan Unger here. We are at 10:30 p.m. local time. That's Eastern Standard in Daytona Beach Racing Card Club. Looking at a live stream in our Daytona Poker Live setup there. Tom Wheaton in seat 1. Kyle Fischel, vlogger extraordinaire in seat 2. You got Todd in seat 3.
I'm on episode 2.
Michael Byers in seat 4. Also have tournament player from Daytona Rex, Sean. And obviously everyone knows Chris Moneymaker
Somebody
He goes,
shows
"It's
and
just come out on
Will
Netflix." I was like, "Came out on Netflix."
Will Peters up 1,000 tonight,
They came on Netflix.
clawing his way back from his 7K downswing last night. It's good to see Will in the positive. Rex is going to find a raise here with Ace-10 suited.
Tom is still the big winner. He was up maybe even close to 5K. He's up 35.85 rather. Rex will make a raise with a pretty ace-10 of diamonds, and maybe Will heard me. Maybe I told him earlier that 5-3 is a good hand to play. Here's the flop. It's ace-4-9, backdoor gutter here, or a gutter for Will. It goes check. How about a deuce ball so I can be proven right?
You,
Nope.
sir, not Harvey
Sure.
Specter.
That's right. You saw it earlier in flop trips. I've already proven it.
Did prove it. No one else had anything else that hand. I think they
Yeah.
needed Will to have a 4 in his hand. So Rex just checks.
Harold.
Will glad to see a free river. He is going to find a pair there, but Rex definitely in the lead here. He's going to fire into this 280 pot, roughly 100, $1.25. Hard to see at this angle.
Might be
150.
a tad bit too much, honestly, to get a call. I think 100 or 75. I think Will
You know what,
snaps
you gotta
this
weed
off,
through a
but
lot of stuff to
150
find
might
good
be
stuff.
just barely too milky. Nope, that's not. I stand corrected. He puts it out. A little bit extra value on the end for Rex with
I'd be
the top pair.
disappointed to see that. Yep. Hand number 70. Do a quick check on our satellite, see if our players are getting closer to bagging tonight.
Another look at the VPIP. We have a tie between Chris and Will for the voluntary put pot. Todd unfortunately lost a bit earlier and has just been hanging out. Sean, of course, the winner. Sean is up $2,000 after being in the short stack for a while. Again, take a look at this. We believe Michael is more even. As we said, that's a little bit of a mistake on the graphics, but everybody else we believe to be accurate. And here's Todd again. Junk there in this ball. 7-4 off.
Still sitting around 25 players in event.
I had to go over and ask.
The main event, we have 13 players bagging. They'll be in the money coming back Sunday. If you want to play for 300,000 or whatever that prize pool is going to end up being, way more we hope, you can buy in directly for 1,500 tomorrow and Saturday at noon, or you can try and do our last satellite at 4 p.m. tomorrow for $186. That's a 3-seat guarantee satellite. Looks like we gave away 4 seats in the guarantee this evening. A couple more players getting us closer to 300K. Currently 133,000 and change already accumulated after today's flight with 2 flights left. There'll be a second chance tournament. We're calling that event number 8 on Sunday. That's a 500 buy-in, 20K guarantee. So come on by Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Chris Moneymaker is around, loves to take pictures, very humble. Sign one of those hats if you want.
Yeah, I mean, talk about ambassadors of the game. I think Chris has been great this week just to be able to watch him interact with people. He's been willing to sign cards and decks and just really interact with the great people that have come out and wanted to meet him. And I think he is, of course, really taken the name. And I'm going to stop this sentence because we see 2 big aces from Michael this time. And Michael this time is going to make it a lot more money than it is right now. He may end up getting folds, but what am I saying? Chris Moneymaker has cards and chips, so that's not true.
And Will knows it's getting late, and he's not afraid to splash till the very end. Kyle's getting a price, but Queen Jack usually not good in these
I
spots.
swear to God, that's what I thought I heard. I thought he said, "Are you watching the stream at all, Tony?" You said, "Pornhub." I swear to God, I feel like that's exactly what you said. That was weird. Maybe it's just because I got it on the brain.
Who's got a heart? Just Will with the King of Hearts.
Yeah.
Michael's going to size up here to 300 in 505, and Will not going anywhere with the King of Hearts. It's going to be a race to the river here. Who's going to survive? 9 hearts there for Will. That is one of them.
May slow things down for Michael, but 1,100 in there. Not slowing down. Reaches for about 4.25 announced.
So Will, I mean, so Michael's got 24-20 behind Will here. I mean, there's could be some sense to making a raise. I also see calling, and especially now that Michael's bet twice, you have the second nut flush I understand there's been some tough stuff tonight, so maybe Will just decides to play this as a call.
Does she have any product in her hands? Can she help Chris out? Give him a little style there.
A little bit of styling.
Yeah,
I don't know.
sometimes you need to move the camera just a bit.
I don't know if he needs hold or, you know, what he
Bedhead.
needs. 7 on the river could potentially end up being all right for Will, considering that Michael has a little bit more reason to maybe look him up here. I think Will has played this well and sort of just calling, hoping to get to the river. I think it's not a big chance, but there is a chance of getting paid if he chooses to bet here.
With 2K in the pot, the right numbers, what he's thinking about.
No, he checks it. He checks it. I think he's just a little bit timid and gets shown the aces. Again, there's a merit to wondering when you have just the bare king if you can really get. You're only hoping that he has the ace of, you know, the queen of spades maybe, and it's like he could still have the ace of spades. I don't think a check is that timid, but didn't get any more value. Still scooping a pot. I think that's what Will cares about. He's up 18-45.
Tom's been a little quiet. Tom's sitting at 5,800, up about 3,500 tonight. Kyle's got some work to do, and so does Todd. Both over 4K down for the evening. Sean up about 2K. Will up about 1,800 now. Great for him. And Chris is 7,100 in his stack, showing a profit of just under 1,200. So there's been a lot of chips moving around tonight. We still have some play left.
We haven't heard from Todd in a while. He'll call with the Ducks, and it's option for Michael. And really, for both Sean and for Will tonight, they had comeback stories. They were both down at one point, both down a little bit, and now they are part of the winning conversation here. Both pretty decent winners, 4-figure winners. Here's the flop, queen, queen 5. Todd, the best hand currently, and he's just kind of been hanging out. It's a tough start for Todd at the beginning. And he ends up folding to the aggression of Michael, who will pick up a little baby pot.
Michael's had some good timing in those spots.
He has. It's been a good night for Michael in that regard. Unfortunate they ended up losing that big one. I believe he's now down on the session. Been a wild night for him as well.
I'm editing out our screen, folks. We're hiding Chris in his Zen moment here. Takes a lot to be a world champion. There's a toll.
Yeah, real toll on the body. Has to be pampered every once in a while just for rejuvenation, you know.
This is one of those, it's on you.
And we've just decided to... he calls blind.
Don't try me. I'm getting a massage.
Please cut away for a moment. Cut away.
What's the difference between not looking and calling and being Will and looking and calling with Jack 8?
I mean, I don't know if there's been much of a difference for Chris tonight anyway. Kyle is going to say, I'm going to make you look.
I'm surprised Tom didn't squeeze with 6s there, knowing that he had Will and Chris playing in front of him, but Kyle's going to raise it up to 1 1/4.
Rex might not go anywhere on the straddle here with Jack 9 suited. I don't see any reason Chris is going anywhere. Will's not going anywhere. And Tom can flop a set.
This definitely could be a big one here.
This is probably our biggest multi-way pot that has not been a bomb pot tonight.
3.5 hours in the stream, and here we go.
King 3-3, of course.
And I feel let down.
And yes, I was going to say that what a disappointment to have everybody absolutely brick this.
Now let's play How Does Tom Not Win This Hand Poker 101.
He checks and somebody like Michael bets with nothing or Rex bets with nothing. As we've seen happen a lot tonight, simply betting with
Interesting instincts by Rex here to fire into that. Is Tom going to seed one more?
Nope, and that's how Tom loses the pot.
Well, that's position.
Yep. Crystal ball. That's how it ended up working out.
You can't think a guy in a bucket hat's bluffing there. That's the way it goes.
Yeah. All right, and speaking of bomb pot, and look, this might end up being our last dealer change of the stream tonight. And that means one more action-packed bomb pot. There has been an absolute slew. They've all pretty much delivered. Buffalo King saying go Haywood in the chat.
Biggest bomb pot I ever played was this thing in the local club where I played in school. It's called Pop Pop Pop. Which means that
They're getting organized there. Remember, we are here for the Moneymaker Tour this weekend. 1500 main event already underway. Had 101 runners in the first flight. 2 more flights, noon Friday, noon Saturday. Prize pool is guaranteed at 300,000. But we already are at 133,000 after that flight. We do have event number 8 on Sunday. That is at 2 p.m. Single day event, $500 buy-in, 20K guarantee. We will be streaming the feature table that we choose on Sunday of the main event. That's day 2, hour-long blind levels that day, and also the Monday final table will be streamed to completion live.
A lot of great action coming up on Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club streams. We started off here with Chris. It's a little bit of connected. We've got, you know, the bomb pots are always interesting when you see the same card on both boards twice. We have 2 10s, 2 3s. A lot of times people are going to be pretty much, you know, they're going to have it or they don't. And I'm not surprised that now Rex with 2 pair betting 350 is just going to win it quickly.
That's the second time Rex, I think, won a bomb pot on the flop. Bet 350 and the 200 there. Did it before. Last time he was kind of saved. Ended up getting the 7 deuce of Will to fold on his all in when Chris called. So Rex has actually done okay with the bomb pots tonight. It's hard consistently to find those bomb pot wins.
Sketchy asking who's the big winner. It's still Tom Wheaton so far, as we can take another look at it. Tom the big winner, but Sean has come up from behind after a couple nice calls, good plays. He's up 2,000. Will, again, has also been climbing. He has battled, survived, found a way even with folding flushes and having some bad situations. He's up 1695.
And Michael's a little off. We think he's really down about 700 for the evening. So look at his different. We had a glitch in the action tracker. Will you click real quick and just show them what the current stacks are?
Yep, there it is.
Real quick, there's our current stacks. Regardless, the big blind's in the middle there. 7 deuce game not on here. We don't do that kind of crazy side betting here. We do have a $20 straddle on. Chris definitely with ace-7. Will 5 tray suited. We know who likes that. My co-commentator this evening. King 5 suited for Tom. Todd with 4s. Rex with queen 9. And Sean with the ace-7 suited. We're going to be 6 ways to the flop here. 120 in the pot. That's the min.
There's a lot of connectedness that could happen, and an ace in the window, and it's king 9. So we see 2 people who have a pair. They're both the ace-7s.
1 player with a king and 1 player with a 9.
And we do see a follow-up, and Chris will raise to 200. Honestly, makes a little bit of sense. You want to try and get some of the people out of the fold. You want to be able to take the rest of your equity. Will get rid of his. I assume Tom will let his go. Yep, it's going to start folding around. Rex lets his go. And now we are playing to get to the river and chop for diamonds on the turn.
Ooh, little upsetting for those pocket 4s.
Ow. Ow is true. So
Check bet 3 call.
yep, Chris out of position here, and I imagine that barring anything crazy, this might go check river. 3 is one of those rivers that yep, check. Chop it out, folks.
The old same hand. One other live stream we will talk about happening in October. October 5th through 9th for $365. There'll be a 200K guarantee GAPT tournament here in Daytona. We will live stream the final table of that event. That'll be the 5th through 9th. Keep that in mind. Something we haven't talked about tonight, real quick, we do have 2 ladies tournaments coming up in October we're very excited about. In partnership with the WPA, the Women's Poker Alliance, we have a tournament on Saturday, October 14th. In Daytona. We will have a feature table live stream. That's 185 buy-in. It'll be a charity add-on. Get some extra chips. Charity add-on is going to benefit breast cancer awareness. We are in October when we run that tournament, and also it's going to benefit the WPA's Raise It Up campaign. If you ever heard Alec, they definitely are doing great things. Raise It Up, bringing more awareness to getting women poker players interested in tournaments and in poker in general. Definitely growing this game sport however you want to say it. And I know you work with Tara, and Tara's doing great things with WPA, so we're very excited. That'll be on October 14th at 11 a.m., $185 buy-in, and then we're going to do an evening tournament in Orange City on October 25th. That's a Wednesday for 130. All of that's on our website. We're very excited to do some ladies-only tournaments. We're calling those the Women's Charity Classics. And big things to come in the future with ladies.
And those are
here.
great opportunities, especially I suggest any woman out there who has not played a tournament, maybe not played a tournament in a while, or just kind of dipping your toe.
Brick and mortar?
Brick and mortar being a big thing. If you have just been playing your own home games, it's a great environment to learn, very positive. There's some great camaraderie, great community, all for great cause. Definitely go and check these out.
And there's swag, and who doesn't like swag? Maybe
That
some
is
goodies to
for
be given
sure.
out. We're very excited to partner with the WPA, so please check us out. More information on that.
This is a battle that we haven't seen a lot tonight, and Rex will get the better of it on the flop. Rex versus Chris Moneymaker. He flops top pair, out of position. He will check and will be receiving some Chris Moneymaker money in the form of a $250 bet. He's got a near lock on this hand. And he might end up seeing, honestly, 2 bets here from Chris, considering that there's a flush draw out there. I kind of expect if Chris is going to continue the line, he'll continue to do it. Club runs off. Chris doesn't know if that's maybe good or bad for his story. He decides to check back. River is a king of clubs. He gives Rex the nut flush.
Rex has to bet here. But the camera swung to Chris, but I think Rex has to bet there.
Do you maybe go a little bit big here to try and get Chris to maybe sniff something out, or you're just still going tiny? I think Rex has leaned on the tiny side tonight, and it doesn't look like that's going to change.
Got 300 in his hand.
And I think, Chris has called some of these, and I think he might be in the mood. But I feel like this has been a bit of a pattern with Rex.
That's not big enough there. I think he goes click raise to 6. 7.
Well, the click raise is ill-timed.
Obviously, Rex has to re-raise here. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's going to think about it. He's going to raise. Chris is going to fold. We're going to move on.
He's asking what exactly you do.
We don't really know.
All of our content, that's what I was saying. I was like, advertising, digital media,
It's 700.
YouTube, all of our social media, all that kind of stuff. So everything that
The
goes
longer
into
Rex
play,
takes, the stronger he looks
videos for how to use
to
them.
Chris.
I don't have a lot to do with pros.
I think unintentionally Rex is killing his action here.
Yep.
Yeah. If he said raise, Chris is going to fold.
I was pretending maybe you had a queen or
That's a pretty big size club there.
I was just thinking how much.
Nice card, that ace of clubs.
He was thinking how much?
Nice looking club, and it's a nice looking pot. That Rex
Well,
Rex,
there was
despite
not a-
everything that happened, he got Chris to commit some money there, and it's going Rex's way. Chris is now just slightly down, I believe, after all that. Might be true. What did Chris buy in with tonight? He brought in with 3, so no, he's still up. Again, his graphic might be wrong. If he bought him with 3, he may have added on. of
He
course.
did have to add on. He had those chips in the tray, but don't forget he's also down for massage money this evening.
That's true. It has him down 170. That could be very much true.
He might just give her a piece of the action. Who knows at
I
this
mean,
point?
fair.
She has played some hands with him.
I mean, she's pretty much been part of the team for half of the stream at this point. I mean, my goodness, you want to maybe give her a break, Chris? I mean, she might have to come back tomorrow, buddy. Todd, who we've not heard from a while, and fairly enough, Todd has not had a lot of great hands. He sees the beautiful 10-9 of clubs at the worst time because Rex has jacks. Sean will.
7 deuce of hearts.
There is no bounty, but it doesn't mean there might not be some fun, and he just flat calls here because maybe he's feeling it. And now it gets to Rex, and yeah, Rex I think is smart in just calling here. I think if, like before, if you raise there, it just looks too strong, you're going to kill your action, and it's just going to be messy. You might as well try to get in here. Ace 6-5, again, all spades. Only person with a spade is Rex. And Yet again, another board that I would say is going to slow things down quite a bit.
If you need to take a break.
Sean does have to fire here thin the field, see where he's at. 200. That's definitely going to get Will out, obviously. Nothing to think about for Todd. Rex gonna call.
7 of clubs.
I think Rex is content to check call again.
Tough spot between, I'm not sure what the right decision is between check or bet here. It's probably fine to bet again. Top pair, top kicker, want to get more value. You expect Rex to be light here sometimes, be sticking around, and this is an example of a hand that Rex will and should be calling, and you're going to get value from. You may not here. And Rex decides to go ahead and let it go here after, yep, he'll pitch the jack out there and pretty much set it. Tough. I mean, I think Sean had to bet there and really was looking for that little bit of extra value. And you don't want to let him get to the river and have a spade run off and you just be in a tough spot.
Absolutely. Seeing Chris getting this long massage reminds me of a time back when I was a dealer and we had a promotion where the late great Gavin Smith came to play in the room I was working in. We opened at I think 10 a.m., closed at midnight, and Gavin got a massage from 10 a.m. until midnight. Those were the days. I don't know what he could have won that day, but possibly could not afford to pay for that 12 to 14 hour massage.
My goodness. I mean, we need to put a clock up in the corner at this point for how long Chris Moneymaker has been getting a massage.
There are labor laws. Eventually, she's going to need to get a break.
I was going to say, that's what I said. It's been an hour, right? I mean,
over at this point.
Over.
For sure. You could just text Tom, hey, what time was your massage?
It's like head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Fingers and elbows. I think that everything has been thoroughly massaged. We see a 3-bet with the dirty diaper suited, and it does get Tom out of the way, but it's not going to get his friend Michael out of the way, who wants to stick around. And these two have been going at it a little bit. I think Michael and Chris have a history here, and it's a brilliant flop for Chris's 3 deuce. Somehow, some way, as the equity edge.
And I don't know if Michael's going to float anything here. King Jack on a Queen 8 board.
Nope.
Yeah, he smartly gets out of the way here. Hand number 80 just played on our stream. 5 minutes to 11. We've been streaming for about 3 hours and 46 minutes.
If you've been sticking around this long, you've been real dedicated, and you've liked the poker. We got about 90 of us left. We got a few more minutes here, maybe 20-ish minutes, something like that.
Me and Will have a bet.
And we'll hit our last hand, but it's been a great time.
I said you're watching the cooking channel.
Oh, okay.
Which one's more embarrassing?
Coming down to the end of the stream here, we do have Kyle and Todd down quite a bit. We'll see if they get further in the hole or battle back a little bit here. Michael's got a premium with the queens. Premium for Chris with King Jack.
And he's not here to just call. He wants to play big pots, and he's going to. Todd has just been, with the queens.
All right, I'll show if you show. All right, hold on. Flip.
Can you beat that?
Oh, dealer with the slow. He stopped.
They asked him to stop. They want to
That's
show.
good.
Oh my!
King in the window, Jack. You're kidding. Unbelievable. Chris Moneymaker hits it, can still find a queen. There's an ace.
Ace for
How about a
sweat.
10? 10 or a queen for Michael.
Queen is such a sick river.
10 or a queen for Michael to get some revenge back against Chris Moneymaker. Pat the table. The river is a 9.
Ooh,
Oh,
sweat.
so close.
A lot of pips on that card.
All right, Michael says goodnight, and Chris Feltz.
That's not the last we've seen of Michael. He'll be playing in the tournament this weekend. Thank you for joining the stream tonight, Michael.
Snap calls and takes it from him by flopping 2 pair, and of course has to get the camera out, and we'll probably maybe be texting that to Michael to remind him of that later on.
That's how world champions play Kojak there.
Earlier. You can scroll down.
Oh, more ammunition to needle your friend at a later point, Chris. I'll joke with Chris later and say, got to win flips to win tournaments, because in his mind, that's I know 78-22, but it feels like a
He
flip.
thinks it's a flip.
Against his buddy, that's a flip. Flip the table.
It's like not one pair.
And I think Kyle will just end up getting out of the way again. Kyle's had a bit of a tough night tonight. He's been down quite a bit. And Tom folding the ace-10, I mean, he's locked in a good profit. He's got 3K plus in front of him as profit, so I don't think he's needed to play another hand, and his VPIP dropped down. Won a few big ones earlier, and he's just coming in to collect the check tonight.
Once?
Let's go twice.
Twice? Yeah.
Yeah, Todd wants to go twice. He's got 6-4-36, and honestly, considering what just happened, I think you need a little bit of insurance.
Kyle should look the other way. I'm feeling a 5 on this
I
flip.
won't win it twice. I'll win one of them, but not twice.
Ace in the window for 8.
Okay. My card calling days are over.
On the last board.
9 of diamonds on the turn. Nope, it's a 3. That was me trying to screw around. Needs a king for Chris Moneymaker. Nope. So there's some justice. Todd will be sticking around for at least another moment.
My night was made last time.
How about holding the second board?
Keep the stream going. Well, these players do have to rest. A lot of them will be playing the flight tomorrow, and sometimes cash games do
Well,
apply after this, too.
There's some diamonds. Queen on the turn. How about too many outs for this man to get half of
The out tracker.
555? It's an ace of
Oh,
diamonds.
the dealer with the roll.
Dealer. How mean was that? Chop it up.
Didn't Todd originally say once, and then let's go twice?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did
that
say let's
happens.
go twice.
Stick
Yeah.
with your first instinct.
Yeah.
They're going to be announcing a few hands left at some point coming up here, everybody. So we'll await that. You'll hear it when we hear it.
Yeah, I think they were asking Joe right there on the bottom of your screen about it, and I think it's going to be coming soon. Got a couple more hands left, folks. Again, before you head out tonight, and while you watch these last couple of hands, take that time if you haven't. Like our Facebook, like all those places, subscribe, and like the video on YouTube. That helps us out. Allows you to get some more notifications of when we go live next. All the socials and all that are scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, I'm going to straddle for buyers. Buyers didn't hear to straddle his button, so.
Hashtag we want more streams. We will be streaming a feature table on Sunday and a final table on Monday. So check
There you
that
go.
out. You could see some of these players there. I know Rex is going to take a couple more shots at this tournament. I don't know if Tom's fired yet, and he likes tournaments, so we'll see how it goes.
Tom's going to fire tomorrow. We know that. I say he was tempted to fire today, but luckily he didn't and has made the right decision.
I know we had a couple players in chat talking about firing this weekend. My better half will be firing on Saturday.
Very
so,
nice.
Yep, a nice big sweat for her, too.
So we've exposed a card. The Jack of Spades was shown, and that's an unfortunate scenario for both Tom and Will. Well, really for anybody. Anybody could have liked the Jack. I think that was what was shown. And it comes out Queen 8 Queen. Again, looking like, well, this is interesting. Again, will the people with the pairs here actually stick around? Tom will stick around. He has the best hand right now. Sean folds his gutter, and Chris will make a raise to 400, and it could end up working, but is Will going to get sticky with the king of clubs here? Nice. Thank you. So get out of the way. Oh gosh, tough for Will. And Tom ends up folding there.
As we're finishing up, a couple more hands probably being announced soon. We do want to thank our production team for making this happen. John E., Dylan, Thomas, John G., the great staff here that gives all their valuable time to help these streams come alive. Obviously, it's been a pleasure being in the booth tonight. Having Alec here as a guest has been great. I'm sure you all enjoyed it. We hit a record amount of viewers for any stream I've been on, so much appreciated. Not here just to see Chris play, but have some fun commentary and some good banter. Alec will be here this weekend with Faded Spade and Above the Felt Productions, so stop by and
say hello.
Meet this gentleman here. He's definitely a great asset to us, what we've learned from him just tonight, and look forward to other things in the future as we grow these streams.
Appreciate all those kind words. It's been a pleasure, and again, thanks for handing over the reins and just giving me a shot for a moment. And it's been a great time and fun to see some of the people that we got to interact with last night in the game and get to needle them up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think this will be the last time we see you in this booth, Alex, so it's great. And then
Thank
obviously our other commentator brethren is at the table, not having the best night, but lots of appreciation to Kyle Fischel. He's a great asset to our streams and didn't have the time he wanted, but when next time he's on this side of the booth, he'll have some good stories to tell. Five-handed here on a King 9-8 rainbow board. Tom Wheaton's going to have a open-ended straight. Best hand currently sitting equity-wise.
I feel like we've had a lot of hands in these 5 ways where it's just like nobody's hit anything. Like everybody missed somehow, and then it ends up being that whoever has the least amount of equity bets and wins.
Well, Chris did find a pair on the turn, and that's actually the best hand if it checks through.
Does anybody want to try?
$100 in there. Do you really want to
nope.
steal?
Chris Moneymaker, give him more money.
When you see a Queen 4 winning there, okay.
What's that? I'm going to win all 3 of the last.
No, you're not going to win it.
He says he's going to win all 3 of the last 2 hands, unless I heard wrong.
Yeah, he did say that. All 3 of the last 2 hands.
Math is fun.
Well, you know, he wants to go overboard.
I think he used to be an accountant, so I'm a little confused here.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, I guess. But that's what champions are. You know, they go 150%, not just 100%, 150.
There you go.
Not a bad start.
Are we live streaming the final table of the main event? We are, yes.
Chris asking if they're live streaming the final table of the main event. The answer is yes. Again, we said that on Monday. That will be happening in its entirety here on this YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, all these places we've been tonight. Look at Tom Wheaton, another big hand. He's been up a lot of money, up $3,100, and he finds ace, king of diamonds.
Good to see him put a raise in here after letting go that ace-10 a little sheepishly a few hands ago.
Kyle ends up folding ace-jack right to his left after the raise. And I think
it hasn't been Kyle's night.
And he was right again. Again, a right decision. Just tough spot. Sean sticking around. He's been a winner tonight with Jack-10 of clubs. Chris Moneymaker with a raggedy ace.
And we're going to be 4-way to the flop, roughly 600 in there.
I'd like to see you try to bluff through this one.
$1 Million Man, the stream will be ending. So, yeah, we just got a
I
couple
have a feeling
more
it's going to be a
hands
good
here.
flop for Tom here.
Maybe. Queen of diamonds, Jack, queen. So Sean catches 2 pair here. It's kind of the same situation that Tom had a little while ago. Paired board with the queens, and you have the other part of the pair.
Overs, backdoor flush, straight draw.
8 of hearts on the turn.
Chris can't have any 2 cards here. He has put some money in without looking at his hands. Who knows when he does look.
Sean will finally end up making about $150. Pretty small, all things considered.
We need another hand. Can we get one more? Can we get one more hand? Sure. Yeah?
Tom makes the call. We'll see a river. 5 of hearts.
I almost got that.
And it goes check, check. I think it's a friendly check, check, really. Don't think
Tom might have made a move on the turn there, but it played out. Sean played pretty straightforward on that one.
Yep.
Are we calling it on that one? Did they do the one more hand announcement? Great.
I was going to say that one we can't.
Is this a blind shove 7 ways? Probably not.
See, that's what, you know, when you were playing for any money when you were with friends or anything like that, that was always what happened. Let's just pool all the chips in the middle, completely messed up and mixed up, and run one hand, and whoever wins, wins tonight, even if you've been leading the whole night long. Unfortunately, not going to do that here. Well, we don't know that yet.
So we did reach a peak of about 125 viewers tonight. I do appreciate it. I know a lot of it was because of my guest host, Alec, tonight. We do
I
thank
don't
you.
think I can take that much credit now.
69 viewers watching this last hand with us. We see an ace-10 and ace-king situation brewing here.
Well,
Kyle
good.
is going to raise it up.
I'll openly say that I think Kyle deserves a little bit of a chance to get some back here. You know, you're not supposed to be biased in the booth, but he's had a rough one. Chris Moneymaker, of course, the worst hand yet again, is thinking about getting around. But we have called here, and we're going to run one more, folks.
Oh, I got one of the hands that 4 players. Tinglies can happen.
300 in the pot.
Ace, Jack, 3. We got 2 people with aces, 2 people with not too much.
Give me what I need, baby. I feel it.
Oh, I checked first.
I checked last.
Checks around again. Surprised that Kyle did not make a bet here.
125.
And will end up making the bet because honestly it makes sense. Kyle will call, and it goes the obvious fold. We'll see a river.
Wait, what do you have? Deuce 5?
This is our last hand. River card is a 3. So that will give Kyle the win, but we're double paired. It's a check. And Kyle is just going to go ahead and scoop the pot and end the affair, wins the pot. Ended up being down just a little bit tonight. Tough night for him. I don't blame him trying to get a few back. Not going to get greedy.
Yeah, I got one done.
Why did we play that last hand?
As they're racking up here, what are you going to show us, Alec?
I was going to say, yeah, we'll show you the winnings, folks, if you didn't keep track tonight. That's the scores. I was going to say, I think Michael ended up getting busted there, so he was up way high. He was up $4,000 at one point and gone, and thus is Cash Game live stream poker. Sean, after all things got considered, the big winner on the night, but it was close with him and Tom. Chris Moneymaker, a winner as well. Rex ended up being a quiet winner. Will, a winner. A lot of winners here tonight.
And can we say that the 3 players that got massages all ended up in the positive? So
Exactly. It's a strategy,
Tom
folks.
started a little trend tonight with the massage.
I hope all 3 of those people gave the massage therapist there a very nice
She's on
gratuity.
overtime at this point with Chris.
I was going to say, I mean, it's borderline. I don't even get it. It was an hour and a half. But Kyle, 49-30 again. There are the winnings, folks. Anything more? We've had a great night here on Daytona Poker Live. Ryan Unger, anything else you want to say to the people before we let them go?
Just a couple quick shout-outs. I do want to thank the production team again. We want to thank Fred Guzman, the general manager, Mike Stringer, operations manager, excuse me. Joe LaRosa, you might see on the screen there, poker manager here in Daytona, Richard Manning in Orange City. All the staff in both rooms. Lots of appreciation for Tony Burns, Byron Rodriguez, and the whole Moneymaker staff. And thanks to Tom for loaning us you for the evening.
Yeah.
Love what you're doing with Faded Spade and Above the Filt. It's been very exciting. I hope we get to see you again. I'll give you the last word. I want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in.
I hope so, too. Thanks, everybody in the chat. Again, follow all those spots on the bottom. It's scrolling across the screen. For everybody here at Daytona Poker Live and the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club, I've been Alec Rome saying thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again next time.